Yeah, we're good.
I'm reconvening an open session. We have the Pledge of Allegiance, and for leading the Pledge of Allegiance, I'd like to ask Faith Tafoya to lead us. And I would like us to stay standing for a moment of silence for Dante De Prado afterwards. Oh.
Please join me in the saying of the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ready? Cut. Right. Face. Forward. Heart.
Thank you. Thank you. Now we have roll call. Trustee Sarah Kirby-Gonzalez.
Here.
Vice President Kobe Pizzotti.
Here.
Clerk Preston Jackson.
Here.
Trustee Norma Alcala. Here. And I am present. And Macy, student representative.
Here.
Macy Whitehead. We are all present. So announcement of action taken in closed session, Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Discipline, Dismissal, Release, Information Received. F2, Government Code Section 54956.9D2, Potential Litigation. One case, Information Received. F3, Government Code Section 48918, Student Discipline, Case Number 1819-A, Information Received, the Board discussed. Action will be taken on Agenda Item R1 this evening. So, next is approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Okay.
President Wong?
Yes.
At this time, we'd like to make a change on the agenda, if we may.
Yes.
We would like to move item Q3, which is the board's acknowledgement and acceptance of the Lighthouse Charter School petition renewal for 2019-24, prior to the public hearing, which is item P.1.
I'll make a motion to approve with that change.
Second.
Okay. So, approve the agenda with said action. So, all in favor?
Aye.
That's, and I also vote aye. Agenda's adopted. Next is communications and celebrations. And the first is a performance by our River City High School Band, Rudy Cisneros. Can I invite you?
Actually, President Wong, we are going to hear comments from our former guests who led our flag salute and brought the flags in, and we're going to hear a celebration from that particular team.
Okay. Apologize. New to this.
That's all right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Cadet Colonel Faith Tafoya. I'm the Group Commander of River City High School's Air Force Junior ROTC, CA-20132. First of all, thank you for this opportunity to allow our program attend this meeting tonight and present to you some of our successes over the past semester. Our unit has a lot to be proud of. We have finally become a student-led program managed by our leadership flight, who is attending here tonight. So, I have Cadet Major Irene Rivera. She is my communications officer. I have Cadet Lieutenant Colonel Tristan Knobloch. He is my logistics squadron commander. And I have Cadet Jadison Sapp as well. So these are part of my leadership flight here attending. Also, my instructor in the back, his name is Major John Chernian, really great instructor. Our highest achievement was earned in October. On Friday, October 26th, U.S. Air Force Chief Master Sergeant Betty Maldonado came to River City High School and conducted a thorough unit evaluation of our program. She met with Principal Moisich, the counseling department, and bookkeeping, and she visually inspected every facility and classroom areas that our program uses on campus. The students, led by myself, executed a program-wide open ranks inspection, and our second-year cadets, led by Cadet Ram, masterfully performed the 30-count drill sequence in the school's gym. Ms. Maldonado observed both instructors, Major Chernian and Master Sergeant Russell Mann, in the classroom, and then students allowed Ms. Maldonado to view our vast government-owned inventory was accounted for and in order. In her final report, Mr. Moisich, Mrs. Maldonado provided her findings and explained that River City High School's cadets had earned an overall exceed standards, the overall highest rating possible. She also presented myself with a top performer award from the Air Force GNRTC's Worldwide Director, U.S. Air Force Colonel Lips. This was a major accomplishment for our students in our school. Congratulations and job well done also to our district in providing our program and helping us exceed standards. We're proud of the growth and accomplishments of our program and also proud to be a part of this community. Thank you again for your support of our program.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you. That was a beautiful presentation, and congratulations on getting the highest honors. Now we have the River City High School Band. Hello, Mr. Cisneros.
Good evening, everyone. Mr. Cisneros, band director at River City High School. My first year here, so it's new to me too. We're totally excited to be here tonight, and we hope you enjoy some of our selections. round 2. They love playing for all the K-8 schools in the district. They enjoy having this.
Board of Trustees, I just want to introduce to you our first-year new teacher over at River City High School. This is Rudy Cisneros. This is his first year teaching, and we are so grateful that he has chosen Washington Unified to start his career, and our kids are doing great. I was at the performance last evening, packed house at River City High School, packed floor, full of not only our high school kids, but grades 6 through 8 from Bridgeway and Stonegate. So we want to thank our kids because I know what they're going through right now in that they've been playing all over the place at our schools, and they're probably sight reading, meaning that they probably haven't seen this music before, but that's how skilled our kids are. They're probably sight reading right now because it's something else that they did, and this was not on their concert last night. So we want to thank our kids for bringing the music spirit to us in this December meeting, and thank you, Rudy.
Welcome, Mr. Cisneros. Appreciate it. Appreciate the performance. Next, we have the recognition of the Washington Unified Food Services employees.
Board of Trustees, I'd like to introduce you, not a stranger to our district, but one of our leaders. This is Carrie Pena, who is our Director of Food Services. And this evening, we wanted to make sure that we really celebrate and honor and give a big shout out to our employees in the Food Services Department who selflessly came to work on the day that we closed school to ensure that our students had meals for breakfast and for lunch. So even though our schools were closed and these employees could have chosen to stay home or to be with their families, instead, in their commitment and devotion to our district, they came to serve our children. So we wanted to make sure we give them really nice celebration, but here is their fearless leader, Carrie Pena.
Thank you, Superintendent Luna and Board of Trustees. It is really very easy when you have a fantastic crew who are truly driven to supporting the students of Washington Unified. So I'm going to read off the list that were able to help us and be there that day. A few of them are here with us this evening. I'm asking them to come up if their name is read and stay for a brief moment so we can take a picture to commemorate this. Mary Pena, Kelly Redledge, Sonia Zaragoza, Charlene Garcia, Cecilia Morales, Sofia Santana, Armelinda Duran, Rosie Huizar, Shripaf Kin, Rosemary Moore, Esperanza Monreal Wallace, Leticia Preciado, Svetlana Stretzlov, Vera Yarmakova, Kelly Guzman, Olga Hurtado, Debbie Luna, Carrie Mummert, Gloria Dunham, Kim Raybould, Alma Sibaha, Deborah Beckman, Yin Se Cha, Hirako Davis, Kathy Aragon, Stephanie Byard, Virginia Lara, Stacy Schneider, Diana Barraza, and myself. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you. We're going to come down.
Yeah. One, two, three. Perfect. Thank you.
I just wanted to kind of make a note. As many of you do know, that my mother-in-law was a food service worker in a school district, and really appreciate like all the love that you share with our students every single day, just through what you do. So I just wanted to kind of make a note because that's a special place in my heart for food service workers. Thank you. Next up, we have the recognition of the 6th through 8th grade IM football and volleyball championships. May I invite Stacy Hatz, the athletic director, to come on up. Hi, Ms. Hatz, how are you?
Good, how are you? President Wong, I think I'm the first one who gets to say that, huh? President Wong, because I had to scratch out.
My children say, I'm just.
President Wong and trustees, good evening. Thank you for inviting us. Real quick, we just finished our fall season, which was flag football and volleyball. The winter season just started with girls basketball. Our fall season, we had over 200 students participate between the two sports, and all of them maintained their 2.0 so that they could participate, which to me is way more important than the medals that our champions got. They might argue with me, but that's okay. First up, I wanted to recognize Stonegate, Coach Rob Perrine, and Coach Tyler Savaki and the kids. I've got some over here. All of you, come on. What you didn't know is they've been in the championship game the last 3 years. They finally won their first football championship last year. They were 4-1 this season. They took a little bit of a, I'll be honest, a shellacking. They had a 52-6 loss. But they got to a chance to avenge that in the championship. They beat the team that had previously beat them 6-0 in the championship. They scored early and then held on the entire game. And I think your parents are finally breathing and finally got their heart rates back to normal after that. So this is your 6-8 flag football championship team, Stonegate.
Come on. Put this down. Come down.
Because there's a lot of them. Stand up here.
Oh, there you go. That's not good. Oh, no.
Go for a quick one. Go, 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 go. Jesus. All right, everyone ready?
Come on.
1, 2, 3. Perfect.
Okay, one more for your principal and vice principal.
Parents all good? Yeah, we're good. Thank you.
All right, Lions. Go Lions. Thank you, Ms. Hatz.
And while Stonegate achieved their back-to-back Riverbank girls volleyball team was a three-peat. They have not lost a match since their first game of last year.
Oh, wow.
And they're coached by Gary Workman and Michaela Massatini.
Otter Pride.
And
on,
they
Otters.
swept the championship last year 2-0. They swept it again this year. Yeah, they're coming, I swear.
All right, congratulations. Nice job, coaches. Nice job. Repeat. High five.
Thank you so much. Good job. Good job.
Good job.
Good job.
Okay. Okay, high five.
I'm going over.
All right, everyone, face over here.
All right. You're good. High five.
Knocks from afar.
Stand up if you can. Perfect. All right, everyone, on 3. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'll see you next week. I'll be at Spelling Bee.
Next, we have the recognition of River City High School student athletes receiving all Metro League honors in fall sports. May I have Mr. Jamie King, Principal Stan Moisich come up in place of Mr. Jamie King.
Coach King is coaching tonight at Kennedy High School, so I'm here in his place as a substitute.
Okay.
But thank you for having us tonight. You got to see and watch our marvelous ROTC program, and you saw our great kids in the band. We also want to thank you for allowing us to bring some of our student athletes here tonight. These are all league performers. So students, I'm going to call out your name and come on up here. I will give you a certificate, and then stick around so we can take a picture. For boys water polo, I'm not sure if I have Tennessee Wheeler here tonight. And I also have Addison Taylor. Their coach, Ryan Mosley, is here over here too in the back over there, so we definitely want to give him a handout. He's been here doing this for a while. Our girls water polo team, Jenna Dozier. Allie Ainsworth is playing soccer against Kennedy High School tonight, so she's not here, but we want to honor her as well, and Isabella Fabry. We also have some girls tennis performers tonight. We have Summer Alex. Lauren De La Rosa. Laura Garcia, who's all playing basketball tonight. Emmy Alex. And Holly Trong.
All right. Congratulations, guys.
Okay, hold on. There's Elyse right there. Sorry. I'll take that one back. We're also joined by their great coach, Dave Brooks, who's back there. For girls volleyball, I'm not sure if I saw, but Angelina Vinakova. For football, we have Jason Castro. Amari Duncan. Joshua Nalawafe. And Elijah Jordan. And last but not least, Mikhail Petrenko for cross country.
Okay, picture.
Coaches
They should do these for cheer.
All right, can you guys squeeze together a little bit?
Oh, the students. Well, doesn't. No.
I don't stand at angles. I go face
I hate
on.
looking at myself.
All right, everyone look this way. On 3, we're going to smile. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Parents good?
Thank you, Addison.
Good job.
Say something about student athletes. You good?
I totally want to, but
Okay. Okay. Congratulations, everybody. Thank you for your hard work. We are now moving on to the student and association reports, and we have first at bat, student board member Macy Whitehead from River City High School. Hi, Macy.
Hi, thank you. So from River City, last night was the band's winter concert that was dedicated to Dante DePrado. And our blood drive that was supposed to happen on November 16th got canceled because school got canceled, so it's moved to spring semester. Finals are next week on Wednesday and Thursday, and we're all hoping to pass. For our sports, the girls' soccer team started with a bang with a 2-0 victory over Laguna Creek. Last week, they hosted one of the largest tournaments in Sacramento, and the event was a success. The varsity boys' soccer team started off their season with an impressive win over Franklin. Most recently, the Raiders fell to Laguna Creek 2-1. The Raiders look to get back on track tonight versus Kennedy. The boys' basketball team are currently 4-4 with a loss to Laguna Creek on Tuesday night. They are traveling to Carmel this weekend. We hope the boys have a great experience playing and bonding as a team. The Lady Raiders basketball team fell Tuesday night to Laguna Creek. They've had a rough schedule and are looking to turn things around quickly. The wrestling program has seen dramatic increases in its numbers. Currently, both boys and girls teams are competing in tournaments every weekend. Coach Soapy is especially proud of the progress he has seen in his young wrestlers. For Washington Middle, November 30th, students held their multicultural potluck featuring foods from many different cultures. Parents and students who attended learned a little bit and ate a lot. Last Friday, our freshmen took public transportation from the West Sacramento Center to the Sacramento City College main campus, where they had multiple tours introducing them to the school and programs, and then lunch. Students have submitted their Sac City College course requests for spring and are planning on taking the following classes: Building Foundations for Success, Psychology, Physics, Ink Drawing, Intro to Art, First and Second Year Spanish, Second Year Punjabi, Second Year Russian, Intro to Anatomy and Physiology, Natural History, Tone Conditioning, Yoga, Marketing and Financing, Ethnic Studies, Intro to Physiology, Implications for Nursing, and Music Apprehensions. For YOLO, Coach Dennis held YOLO's handball championship match on Friday, December 6th. Students were treated with hamburgers, hot dogs, chips, and candy apples. Trophies were handed out for the winners and the first runners-up. 2 of the SCC's student assistants came by YOLO's College and Career Center to help early graduates sign up for their spring semester. A representative from Villara Building Systems visited YOLO on December 11th and spoke to students about the many career opportunities within their wide range of building services, from heating and cooling to plumbing and solar installations for residential and commercial properties. YOLO has had their monthly parent-guardian meeting scheduled for 8:30 a.m. on Thursday, December 20th. Mr. Miller is signing up volunteers to prepare and serve food during YOLO's annual Winter Fest, which feeds YOLO students and their families on December 20th. For Southport Elementary hosted our 3rd annual Breakfast with Santa event on Saturday, December 8th. Over 2,500 students and parents and community members joined us for a pancake breakfast, arts and crafts, and performances by the Southport Band, and of course, pictures with Santa. Thank you to our wonderful PTO and all the volunteers that made this event a tremendous success. The 6th and 7th grade AVID classes attended a field trip to Sacramento State University, and the 8th grade AVID class attended a field trip to Sonoma State University. The students were taken on a tour of the colleges, learned valuable information on financial aid and scholarship opportunities, and learned the ways of how colleges are recycling and using energy-efficient technology to reduce waste and energy consumption. Finally, with Westfield, we have had our first trimester awards ceremony where most students were honored for the achievement in English language arts, math, most improved, honor roll, and perfect attendance. Friday, December 7th, we hosted our annual Family Code Night. Families came and enjoyed working on Ozobots and Bbots to practice their coding skills. Thank you.
Great report. Okay. Thank you, Macy. Next is the WSTA report. Mr. President Don Stauffer.
Good evening. I would like to give a hearty welcome to our newest board member, Preston Jackson, as well as our re-elected trustees, Sarah Kirby-Gonzalez and Norma Akala, and of course to our returning champions, Kobe Pizzati and Jackie Wong. Also, congratulations or maybe condolences to Jackie and her new post as board president. I'd like to thank all of you for joining the WTSD board the other night for a wonderful holiday meal that was prepared by our Culinary Academy students. I think it was a wonderful event. I want to do it again as soon as possible. This tends to be a stressful year for some of our members. Tends to center around a couple of main issues. The ones I'm hearing about mostly are student discipline and rigorous curriculum design, new programs. I should point out that discipline issues seem to be located only at specific sites, while other sites in Washington Unified seem to be doing a really good job of creating and fostering a safe and productive atmosphere for all. So it's something we're working on, and we're continuing to have conversations and hope things will get better on that. And in a similar vein, rigorous curriculum design, brand new, definitely a work in progress. Some teachers are having lots of issues with it, and it's going to require more work on everyone's part to make it as productive as it should be and as we hope it to be. But again, working with our ed services and other groups, we're working real hard to make it as best as possible. Speaking only for me, I'm ready for the upcoming winter holiday and am looking forward to traveling and visiting with family. And I would like to wish all of you and everyone here a great holiday season, and I look forward to a productive and successful new year. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. May I invite up Daniel Gandara, President of CSEA, please. Good evening, Daniel.
Good evening. Good evening, board. Good evening, superintendent. Good evening, cabinet. I would like to start off with CSEA is looking forward to the upcoming negotiations. I believe we're scheduling some dates in February, so we're looking forward to that. We're looking forward to working with Amber on Paraeducator Conference. And I know we're coming up on financial times here, and I would ask that the school board start looking closely and better at what the district is spending, being that classified and certificate are the ones that have to take the brunt of the layoffs and the impacts. And I would like to see, you know, we went from 2012, 2013 to not having a ton of management to now we're top heavy. And I would like to see that reduced before classified and certificated positions get reduced, especially in the department I'm in, and you guys know what department I'm in. And with that, you guys have a good evening, and talk to you later.
Thank you, Daniel. Now we have next we have public comments. We don't have any public comments on the deck, but I will read this for future public comments. Oh,
we'll go to consent in a minute.
Public comment, then consent.
They're all on agenda items.
They're all agenda items. They're not general public comments on things that are not on the agenda.
I don't have them. from
We
Pat.
do not have. Well, let me read this while we find the public comment. At this time, members of the public may address the board on topics that are not under the jurisdiction of the board and are not on the agenda. Although the board, by law, may take action at this meeting, the board may limit the total time for public input on any topic to 20 minutes unless it chooses to waive the item limit for a particular item. Individual speakers may be limited to 3 minutes to comment on any topic. Public comments consisting of individual charges, complaints, or derogatory remarks about any district employee are requested to be submitted in writing to the administration in accordance with the district's complaint procedure. We do recognize that for a lot of people, commenting before the board and the audience and the people watching at home on television is a nerve-wracking experience. So to try to make that as easy as possible, we do ask that there not be any applause or booing or catcalling or other demonstrations to maintain a civil discourse here in the chambers. The board respects the rights of the members of the public to speak to us regarding matters on the agenda and other matters within the jurisdiction of the board. However, it is important for members of the public to recognize that comments regarding students other than the speaker's own children made during a public board meeting may be legally actionable as a violation of student privacy. Both state and federal law prohibit the board and others from discussing confidential student information in open session. To this end, be advised that if you reference a student's names other than your own student, you will be out of order and your comments may not be protected by the privileges that protect public speech. You could be found liable for such comments in legal proceedings. Furthermore, it is important for the public to understand that negative or derogatory comments made against district employees or others, even those made in a public board meeting, may be actionable civil defamation. As such, the board reminds the public that the district has existing board policy that allows the public to lodge a complaint against a district employee. This policy provides a comprehensive procedure for reviewing and responding to public complaints. This process provides a more thorough opportunity to be heard than is allowed under the open meeting law that governs this meeting. So now we do have okay, now I invite Pat Flint up. I apologize, I don't have the blue slip, Pat, but I'm told that you want to make a public comment on something that's not on the agenda.
No. It's somewhere, right. She handed it to Ruth.
Oh, that's fine. Pat, Ms. Flint, can you proceed with your public comment?
Thank you. I just wanted to congratulate all of you on your being elected, new positions, and hope to have a grateful year next year. Even though we're not going to have any money. I look at the money man over here. He keeps me straight. One thing I wanted to bring up is I wanted to congratulate all the presenters tonight, too. They did a wonderful job. Item on the consent agenda, it'd be nice if I could talk tonight, 0.9, the Bright Two-Phase Project, and 0.10 be brought down to be in the regular agenda discussion item, as Preston is brand new and may not have all the information that went along with this, in case he has any questions or if any of the board members want to discuss any of the items. If I'm correct, the June 30th balance in Measure V funds was $30,098,858. I don't know if any of those monies have been expended since then, but being the budget the way it is, being that we are 2 to 4 years out maybe on a new bond measure, I want you to be prudent on how you spend that money because there's a lot of areas that need improvement as far as the schools go. So thank you.
Okay. Now, we're going to move on to the consent agenda, and we also have a public comment from Ms. Danny Langford on the consent agenda.
What is it?
Public comment. Oh, public comment as well.
Oh, there's this one.
Yeah, public comment. Go ahead, Ms. Langford.
Did you find them?
Danny.
Oh, yeah, you found them.
Proceed.
While you guys are digging, okay.
We found it. So
Okay.
we're just, there it is.
Just want to say congratulations to everybody tonight, especially Mr. Jackson. I'm tired tonight, sorry guys. And what a great job the River City Band did and all the presentations, that was awesome. I also agree with what Ms. Flint said about pulling that item off of consent regarding the architecture for the Old West Moroc's current charter school. I have concerns over how that's been handled as well. I have a frustration, and you know me, I have to bring my frustrations forward. Why are there not backup transmittals and the backup information attached to the agendas when they're released to the community on Mondays when it's posted? I'm assuming that we're getting the information after you guys. I'm hoping you guys get it by Friday, like we all used to get it on Fridays. So we could, everybody, community or board members could look at it through the weekend before a board meeting. I'm concerned because there's a lot of the backup information I can't access, and unless it's confidential, the community should have the access to it just as much as the board does, with the exception of confidential information. So those are just a few of my questions and concerns. And as a former band mom at River City High School, before we were even allowed to have a booster program, it's awesome to see that program flourish. And it's really too bad that the theater that we are paying on for 2 bonds, the verbiage was in those bonds, that we don't have that theater. It's really sad. So I do hope that eventually that'll be something we can do to help promote that even more. Thank you.
Okay, great. Camp Kesem at UC Davis.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for letting us be here. We're here to give you guys a talk about Camp Kesem, an organization run by students at UC Davis. So my name is Mamba, but my civilian name is Noam. I'm a student, 3rd year, studying economics. Joined Kesem my freshman year.
My name is Tomer, or my camp name is Shakes. I'm in charge of the outreach this year for Camp Kesem. Nationally, Camp Kesem is a camp that serves predominantly kids whose parents have been affected by cancer or whose parents who have passed away by cancer. It's a 100% free camp for these kids, and we serve particularly the kids in the greater Sac area, especially kids in this school district. This year, we're focusing more on diversity, equity, and inclusivity, and we're here to speak to you guys because we want to spread the word about it. There's basically 115 chapters across the nation, and basically college kids on these chapters in these universities fundraise money to put on a week-long camp so these kids have a break from cancer and from the life of what it's like and how it takes over the family.
Yeah, so our chapter, particularly at UC Davis, come winter will consist of about 100 students, counselors. It's run entirely by students, apart from like the national organization that oversees us. We fundraise money all year long through different events. Like just a few weeks ago on Giving Tuesday, we raised over $40,000 in one day. Wow. Our chapter actually serves the most children over the summer of any chapter in the entire nation, which is about 270 kids we're hoping this summer. And just a little note about me, the reason why I Kesem, which is like to say why we're passionate about the organization. About 6 months ago, my mother was diagnosed with ovarian cancer. Luckily, they caught it in a very early stage. She has undergone chemo for the last 6 months and now is, as of a week ago, is in recovery.
We're running a little short on time here, but I'd like to say last that my connection is also when I was a senior in high school, my mother was diagnosed with stage 3 inflammatory breast cancer. She's been battling for the past 2 years. And I know that as a student in high school, when I was growing up, I felt really isolated, I felt really lonely, I didn't know where to go when I had a parent that was going through cancer. And I know that this camp is a place where these kids can take a break and come together and can feel like they're part of the norm and that they're not outsiders and not isolated whatsoever. We're here because we know that you as board members know the principals, know the counselors, and know the people that know the families who are suffering through cancer and who have kids that could benefit from this camp that's 100% free. So we're here, first of all, just to spread the word. We have some brochures for you guys and for members of the public if you'd like them. And we just want to thank you for the opportunity, and hopefully you guys can help us spread the word about Kesem.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
We have English and Spanish for anyone.
Perfect. Can you? Yeah. Do you want to give it to the superintendent, and then she'll make sure it gets to the administration? Thank you for your presentation. Well, I think we're out of public comments, so then we have no more blue slips for public comment. We're moving on to the consent agenda. I'm going to ask Ms. Langford, did you make your comments on consent, or would you like to come back up? Okay. Please do come back.
Again, I'm going to ask respectfully that you pull this item. I wasn't able to attend the November 8th meeting, but this was an information item, and I understand you might have given them direction to go out and do the search for the architects, but there's no minutes to back up the meeting, so I don't have a way of looking at that. Was there an RFP sent out, and if so, how many were received? What were the totals? I'm just a little shocked that that information hasn't been before the board until it's on consent. Looking at this item in the rationale, has that neighborhood been notified of the impact it's going to have? I mean, that's our home turf. My boys went there, my husband went there, my in-laws' house backed up in the court right there in Fernwood Court. It's going to have a huge impact. Granted, the Clarendon campus, they were used to the high school. They were used to 1,200 students or more, maybe 17 by the time we left that campus. The old elementary school, it was only, I think, maximum at 550 in the height of right before it was changed into a K-8. So 680 students, what this says on this transmittal, that's going to have a huge impact. Has that neighborhood been notified? And how is Measure V going to fund this? And where will the additional dollars come when it says board can anticipate contracts for construction, inspection, and testing to follow in the coming months? $35,838 is a lot of money. And I see we continue to pay consultants, we continue to hire all these things to do testing and all of these things, and I just have concerns because we're nickel and diming to death. And I realize I might have a different feeling on how things are at the Westmore Oaks campuses, but when we don't have a master plan, Measure V, there's no way that that pot of money can be holding all of this, and there's no way a bond is going to pass in this community right now. It's just not going to happen. So I request that you pull this item. Thank you.
Are there any changes to the
I would like to pull that item until we can get more clarification on that.
09 and 010 or 0?
It was the one that Ms.
010?
Langford referred to. It was that Q10? I mean 010.
010?
Which one was that? That was the approval of the master planning service.
Okay, so there's a request to move 010 to
Just for now, until we get
action?
a little more.
Okay.
Okay.
Anything else? Any other changes to the consent agenda? Okay. So is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda with moving 010 to action?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So adopted. Next is the receipt of the Lighthouse Charter Renewal Petition by the Board of Education. So moved on. Okay. So there's a public hearing. Okay, so public hearing regarding the Lighthouse Charter School Renewal Petition. Public hearing. Open.
President Wong, in going back to the approval of the agenda, the staff had requested that we move item Q.3, which is the board's acknowledgement of the receipt of Lighthouse Charter Renewal Petition. And so we request that the board acknowledge receipt of it in open public session here prior to going to the public hearing.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I apologize for that. So at this time, the board acknowledges the receipt of the Lighthouse Charter School Renewal Petition for 2019 to 2024. So, okay. And now we have the public hearing. I get to bang the gavel again. How exciting is that? So, the public hearing regarding the Lighthouse Charter School Renewal Petition.
President Wong, if I could just do a short introduction before the Lighthouse Charter folks do their presentation. Just as you may know, the existing charter for Lighthouse expires in June of this next year, so in about 6 months. And under the Education Code, there is a requirement for a new petition, or what we call a renewal petition, to be filed with the charter authorizer prior to the expiration of the current charter. And so last month, the Lighthouse did file with this district, which you just received, or you just acknowledged receipt of, the renewal petition for a period from the summer of 2019 for a 5-year period, which is the period under the law till 2024. The purpose of this particular public hearing is to weigh the support in the community from teachers and parents, et cetera, of this particular renewal petition. And generally at this time, the board would hear from the petitioners themselves.
Okay, we have one. We have 8 comments for the petition, and 20 minutes for the discussion period. May I invite Mr. Jason Miller up as our first public comment on this issue?
Good evening, President Wong, Superintendent Luna, members of the board. My name is Jason Miller. I'm with the Law Offices of Young, Minnie, and Core. We're the firm that represents the majority of the charter schools in the state. We have thoroughly reviewed the renewal petition in front of you tonight, and we are confident to say that it meets all applicable pieces of law and is a great petition, and urge the approval of the petition at the next meeting when that's scheduled. I'm standing by for any questions you have, for either procedurally or legally, and I'm here at your service. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Superintendent Steve Lewis.
Good evening, President Wong, members of the board, Superintendent Luna. First of all, I want to honor your time. What a remarkable job you have, and what an important job you have. And as I was watching the performances of your schools, I was so pleased, because that is absolutely our #1 goal at River Charter Schools. And as superintendent of River Charter Schools, as you know, we have 2 schools. Our first school is Delta Elementary Charter in Clarksburg, and our second school is now just opened here in Broderick and Bright, which is Lighthouse Charter School. I want to first, as I think about what I just heard from the music performance, I was really impressed and thought of the correlation and the importance of how well we can complement each other. As a art and music program, I was very pleased to see the high school level of band performance here. And I did sneak out and speak to your band director and invited him to attend both our Clarksburg campus and our Lighthouse campus for presentations. I would love to see that feed into some of your programs. When we talk about complementing and collaboration, it's something that I know Superintendent Luna and I have attempted quite a bit. I've really appreciated her meetings with me and the acceptance that many of you have accepted in my willingness to provide tours. It's very important that as members of our school board here and as our authorizer, I'd like you to come out and see our schools. I've invited several of you, or all of you, excuse me, with the exception of Preston Jackson. I'd like to get you out there right away. The rest of you have received several invites, and I appreciate those of you who have been out, and also want to thank you, Superintendent Luna, for coming out for a most recent visit. When we think about our work in this community, and my promise is the same promise I had several years ago when we came to this board to discuss our petition. I want to be a positive impact in this community. I want our students and our families to celebrate Washington Unified as well as West Sacramento. And so when I think about the efforts that we've put forth, I want that to be seen as a collaborative. I'm very proud of the last week of activities. We were able to be on the main stage with the River City group at the Christmas tree lighting event. It was great to follow your band and have 225 of our Lighthouse students sing. It was also a pleasure last night to join our kids over at the Golden One as they sang at the national anthem. So I just really want to thank you for your commitment. I want to thank you for everything you've done to listen and hear our petition. And tonight you're going to hear from some of our parents and actually a very cute student. Last night was our second project-based learning signature night, and he is here very nervous, and he's in his suit, and he's going to do a little presentation for you from his 6-week culminating activity from last night. Again, I want to thank you very much for your time, your energy, and I do hope that our work together can benefit children of this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Lewis. Mr. Peter Stone.
Well, thank you, President Wong and Superintendent Luna and board members for this opportunity to speak. I'm Peter Stone, the Chief Business Officer for River Charter Schools, and I'm addressing you tonight about the Charter Schools 2019 to 24 renewal. And I just wanted to give just a couple of clarifying things as to what sort of changes are in the charter. So as Jason had mentioned, the charter has a lot of changes that are related just simply to the legally required changes such as, bullying and different things that have to be in there. Updating the charter, taking out the theoretical language of the first charter, because when we did the first charter, we hadn't even started the school. So there was a lot of we think we'll do this aspirational language. So that's been replaced more with language about what we are doing and what we have done. It's including academic performance gains and comparisons. There are changes regarding our success in serving the local bright neighborhood, evidenced by the significant growth in our free and reduced lunch eligible student population this year, now that we're in our final site. Adding an admission priority for students in the Riverbank local attendance area as required by the California Schools Finance Authority for our charter schools facility grant funding. Also adding an admission priority for zip code 95605 going forward into the future, that would ensure the priority is not just for those students that are in the Riverbank area, but as we wanted to serve the entire community, 95605 sort of generally captured that. Indicating the successful financing of constructing and now occupying our permanent facility. And then a total redo of our financials, providing up-to-date financials reflecting reserves growing from 6% of revenue in this year, 18-19, to 11% in 21-22. And Steve Lewis and I met with the Washington Unified CBO, Chris, and he wanted us to make sure that we would have at least 5% reserves. And while not required of charters, we've worked to ensure that we are budgeted to that and more each year starting this year. The financials also show the strong enrollment growth now that we are in our new facility in the right neighborhood. And the financials also contain the lease cost and related SB 740 reimbursement from the state that over time net our facilities lease costs at 6 to 8% of revenue. So thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Stone. Next, we have Adan Lupercio.
Good evening, Superintendent, members of the board. My name is Adan Lupercio. I lead our regional advocacy team for the California Charter School here. It's an honor to be here tonight on behalf of Lighthouse Charter Schools. Just want to remind you guys how great this partnership is, and this was happened because you guys gave that the authority to do that. Don't forget that. And I'm here to answer any questions, collaborative work, whatever you guys need. The association's here to serve all kids. Thank you so much. We'll be looking forward to the next 30 days. Good evening.
Next, we have Mr. Sam Hamoud. Did I pronounce that correctly? Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Good evening. A little over 5 years ago, I came in here, and I remember Sarah Kirby-Gonzalez. We asked to give the River Charter School a chance. My hope was to offer the community a place for diversity. We had a piece of land in the river community, which is kind of, it has a special image. But we wanted our kids to grow to have an opportunity to go to a school where they can mix with the entire neighborhood. And that deal didn't work out. Little that I knew, the River Charter community, 5 years later, had a facility in the Bright community, in the middle of action. I am so glad that my kid goes to school there. I look at the faces of the kids over there. You've got people from all ethnic background, happy, meeting each other, playing with each other. And I am so happy to see that there's a good thing there. And I hope the rest of the board see it that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hood. Next, we have Ms. Jessica Sokol. Or Sokol.
She had to step out. She was extremely nervous, and if I didn't let her go, she would get sick here, so she had to go home.
Okay.
She didn't happen to be she's right in front of our school.
Okay. Thank you for the update. Ms. Tasha Walker Pickney. With son
Emmett Pinckney.
Emmett. Welcome, Emmett. How are you?
This is our first time. Can we lower this so you can hear him?
There's a button.
There you go. Just push down.
Oh, wow.
Perfect.
Well, briefly, I'll just say my name is Tasha Walker Pinckney. I am a proud parent of Lighthouse Charter School. My son has been attending there for 3 years, and it's a family environment, so diverse. I love the leadership, the organization of it, the safety, the musical. It's a complete all-around school. And my son, he did his PBL last night, and so he's going to give you a short presentation of that. Okay? Wait. How low does it go?
I was going to sing a song, but I may not.
I think that's key.
First, my presentation is going to be about information about my school. And the information about my school is that we have grades from TK to 6 and K-12 health. Our emergency website is redcross.org. And we also teach some things that other schools do not teach, which is music, art, PBL, AR, and collaboration. Our phone number is 916-744-1212, and our address is 899 Bright Avenue, West Sacramento, California 95605. We currently have openings in grades 1st, 3rd, 5th, and 6th. We'll be adding 1 grade per year, reaching TK to 8th. Our website that allows you to enroll your child to the school is www.lighthousecharterschool.org. For the hot lunch that we sell is for a whole meal is $3.25, and just for a carton of milk is 50 cents. And that's the end of my presentation.
Good job.
Thank you, Mr. Pickney. That was lovely. You did great.
He has brochures that they make part of their presentations, like to pass them out.
Okay, great. Thank you, Emmett.
You're welcome.
You have a good evening, okay?
Okay.
All right. Next, we have our last comment on this issue is Miss Rosie Borja. Hi, Miss Borja. And did I pronounce that correctly?
Borja.
Borja.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Rosie Borja. I'm a parent at Lighthouse Charter School. Our family chose to enroll the kids at Lighthouse. One, because they offer the arts and music class. The kids learn to do crafts, which helps develop that coordination and creativity. Learn to have appreciation for music by learning songs and perform presentations in front of their parents and teachers, which helps them to have self-confidence and builds their character. Second, the CESUS, which is the Sac State University, in coordination with Lighthouse Charter School, offers a counseling and mentoring program for kids whose parents choose to enroll them in this program. It helps my child to open up and have a better understanding on how to handle issues that sometimes are difficult to comprehend. He wants to save the world and make it a better place for everyone. This program helps him to have patience understanding and prioritize his goals. He's very caring and loving and helpful child. He's advanced in academics, math, and language. The PBL program, Project-Based Learning Program, is awesome. We just attended Tuesday as well as yesterday night's presentation. I was very impressed with the kids' presentation, the great research they did, and how much they learned. They were very proud to present, not only to their families, but to every parent or teacher who stopped by and wanted to see their work. They spoke clearly, were very professional, and answered any questions about their projects. Second grade class presented about family tree, heritage, and geography. TK and kindergarten classes presented about compost and recycling, how to help our community, like first responders, fire department, safety and police, health, doctors, and what is their role in our community. I was a paparazzi, took a lot of pictures and videos of them. Our dean, Ms. Andrews, superintendent, Mr. Lewis, the principal, Mr. Freeland, the staff and teachers, they have passion, motivation, and are dedicated. They are all easy to reach and approach. They listen to our opinions and concerns. Constant communication with parents is a big key, and there is a huge parent response and involvement with different activities. The kids are happy to attend the school. They don't like when they're sick and they have to stay home. We're very grateful to have and be part of Lighthouse Charter School, and I want to thank you all for your support, and it's very much appreciated. Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you, Ms. Borja. Seeing
I got a
that there
clarifying
are...
question, that's all.
Oh, for Ms. Borja?
No, for
Okay.
the presenters.
Okay.
Just a
so
quick clarifying question.
For Superintendent Lewis?
Well, whoever can answer, it has to do with reading over the material, or not the material revision, but the renewal petition. In the renewal petition, I believe the comparison of the CASP dashboard information is to the areas of Westmore Oaks, Elkhorn, Riverbank, Westfield, and I think that's it. If the school has been located primarily up until this year in the Westmore Oaks area, why would it not include the other areas of, you know, the 95691 zip codes, and not mostly just the 95605 areas?
Can we invite somebody from Lighthouse Charter to answer the question, please? Thank you.
That might be a little short for you.
Can't follow him up anyway, he's way cuter than I am. So the statutory requirement for the comparison schools is going to be the schools that the students would otherwise attend if they did not attend the charter school. And then separately from that, the other set of comparison schools is the schools of the district taking into account the demographics of the charter school. So in the analysis, the schools that were identified as comparison schools were those two sets, the ones the students would otherwise be attending, or the schools that were demographically most similar in the district.
Okay, I'm just going to stop there.
Okay. And if there are other comparisons that either board or staff would like to be run, we're happy to provide this as well.
Great, you answered my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
So are there any other questions? Seeing that there are no questions and no additional public comments, I am going to close the public hearing. Somehow I like doing that. Next up, we have items for information and discussion. The Q1 is the presentation of the Washington Unified School District's 2017-2018 audit. We have Associate Superintendent Mr. Chris Mount Benitez, our Chief Business Official, and Kylie
Hello.
Lane.
Yes, it's actually going to be me.
Oh.
I'm going to introduce our auditor, which is Jennifer Hall. She's with Crow. She's going to do a presentation on our 17-18 audit. It was brought to our attention that the action item, which is R6 doesn't have the actual audit uploaded, so we're going to have to bring that back next month for approval, but she's still going to do her presentation.
Good evening. Thank you for having us. I wish I had Emmett here to do the presentation. He did a fabulous job, I thought. So for the audit report this year, you will, as Kylie mentioned, you'll receive it for the next meeting. But I'll briefly go over the audit opinions, which is our conclusion on the audit. The audit covers the financial statements, federal compliance, state compliance, and government auditing standards. And with that, we issued unmodified opinions, which means they are clean opinions on the federal, on the financial statements. And for the state compliance, we issued a qualified opinion, which means that there was a finding, and that finding was related to attendance. And in the back of the audit report, it specifically states what the attendance error was. So you can find more information on that there. Overall, for the financial statements, in the beginning of the audit report, when you will see the management discussion analysis, and that covers the district's highlights of the activity throughout the year. Following the management discussion analysis is the financial statements, and that takes the fund financials, which you look at throughout the year, and then adds in the debt and capital assets to get you your government-wide financial statements. And following that are your notes to your financial statements, and that gives you a little bit more information about specific balances within those financial statements if you need more information there. And then following that is the required supplementary information, which again is more reports on information that's required by state and other regulations. So that is an overall summary of the audit report. At this point, do you have any questions?
Do any of the trustees have any questions? Trustee Kirby Gonzalez, do you have a question? I see that, I'll give some folks a few minutes. I see folks flipping through. I think for the record, well, I think you mentioned an error. Can we discuss the issue at the end?
A quick correction before we get to the attendance finding. The attachment is under item R. It should also be under O and was not made, but the audit is attached to the agenda. It was just attached in one place. I believe the board also has a hard copy. So it is attached to the agenda this evening.
So you have read all 80 pages.
So I also understand that we are able to take action later on it, just for clarification. So as people are looking at this, I think for our viewing audience, it might be good to just explain a little bit about the attendance error and what the finding was.
Sure, and for those following, it's on page 82 of the audit report. And what that is each audit, we go out and visit sites and do attendance testing. And so for this at West Sacramento Middle College Prep Charter School, we went out and did the attendance testing and found that for one student, they were improperly included for one day. They were counted for attendance when they were absent. And so as part of the state requirements, we are required to document in the audit report any finding related to state compliance.
Okay, and you found the one day, so thank you for being.
The one day.
Okay. And was there a fiscal impact to this?
So for any finding less than 0.5 ADA, there is no fiscal impact. Again, it's just required to be reported in the audit report.
All right.
So
no
here it was
significant-
0.01 ADA.
0.01 ADA?
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions from trustees who are flipping through this? Again, just for transparency, that was what the audit found, and very specific and very detailed. Thank you, I appreciate that. Okay, no, seeing that there are no other
I'll just ask
questions?
our clarifying question. This is your first time doing an audit with us, correct? We changed auditors, or am I misspeaking on that?
No,
We
this
had
is not the
one
first year.
before.
Standards vary, however, districts tend to have 3-year contracts with auditors.
Okay.
And then they can renew for another 3 years, and we like to see that the actual team assigned to the district changes, so that you always have a fresh set of eyes. Crow has been with the district, this is their 4th of a 5th-year contract.
Oh, okay.
I've worked with them actually in
We're
other
by then.
districts, and they do a very good job, but we do have 1 more year of our contract with Crow after this year.
Thank you. I apologize. I had another person's face in my mind, maybe one of your colleagues or something. I don't know.
Yes, no problem. There is another Jen, so perhaps you may have spoken with.
Okay.
I would like to thank the business office for all the work they do to put in for this audit. It's a lot of work in addition to their other responsibilities. Specifically for this district, you had some movement within your management team, and I think Kylie did a fabulous job of working with us throughout the year to ensure you have such a great report. And we can come up here and just say, oh, you have one finding. So thank you to your business office for all the work they put in, as well as your sites. We visit the sites, and oftentimes that can be a little nerve-wracking when the auditor comes out. So we appreciate the efforts they put into it as well.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing that there are none.
Good job, guys.
Thank you. Have a good evening. Next is Q2, presentation of the annual Washington Unified Accountability and Dashboard Report. Director Gwen Dellinger and Assistant Superintendent Amber Lee.
Well, good evening.
Good evening.
President Wong and Board of Trustees and our newest board member, Mr. Jackson. It's nice to see 5 faces up there again. It is my pleasure to co-present with my amazing Director of PACE, Gwen, our accountability report. But before we begin, the most important thing to keep in mind as we review this data is to ask the question, what is this data telling us? And what kind of improvements can we make to show progress in our daily teaching and learning? These are the kind of conversations that we have been having and will continue to have with our administration. We keep asking the question, what do we need to do differently? Because no matter where we're at, there is always room for improvement. And we know if we keep doing the same thing, we're going to get the same results. So over the break and into the first part of January, site administration are working on coming up with very specific and detailed plans for improvement so they can take our students wherever they are to their next level of growth. And so now I'd like to turn it over to Gwen, who has truly become an expert in the dashboard, as anyone can be, given that the CDE changes it every year.
Thank you, Amber. Good evening. Welcome, Trustee Jackson. Nice to see you on the board. And Jackie, congratulations on your gavel. I can see you enjoy that. I'm happy to talk once again about the California School Dashboard, which has undergone a bit of a makeover this year. And I got to make sure I have my slideshow. So it may look a little different, but it definitely measures the same, almost the same things. So our objectives tonight is to provide our community with an update on progress toward our goals that are outlined in our LCAP, Local Control Accountability Plan, and highlighted on the California School Dashboard. We hope to display and describe the dashboard that everyone is welcome to see at this point. It is open to the public. And then to identify strategies and programs as opportunities for growth under the California way of cycle of continuous improvement. So this is a quote from California Department of Education, just reminding us that the California School Dashboard is based on multiple measures about how school districts are meeting the needs of their students. And it's an online tool to help schools identify the strengths and weaknesses, and so that we can grow from there. It reports progress on both state and local indicators. So as a reminder, these are the 8 state priorities: student achievement, school climate, student engagement, course access, making sure that students have a variety of pathways, implementation of our California state standards so that every student has an opportunity to access and master those standards, school climate, making sure that our schools are safe, nurturing environments for our kiddos, parent involvement, self-explanatory, and we'll go into more of these. But this is really the umbrella under which everything else falls. So these are the state indicators that are reported on the dashboard, and as I said, it's gone through a bit of a makeover, and there are a few slight changes. Suspension rate is on the end, and it has not changed. Chronic absenteeism, which is when students are absent from school more than 10% of the year. So these students have missed at least 18 days of school. That is being reported for the first time this year, English learner progress, this is a transition year because we used to measure our students under one assessment called the California English Language Development Test, or the CELT, and that changed with the new standards to a new assessment called English Learner Proficiency Assessment for California, or LPAC. So due to that transition, we will not have a color on the dashboard for English learner progress. The graduation rate, there's been a slight change in how that is calculated, a 2-year average versus a 3-year average. And the college and career indicator is reported for the first time with a color. So we'll get to reveal that tonight. And then finally, academic performance, which includes English language arts and math, now does also include 11th grade, whereas last year it was just 3 through 8th. So those are the changes in the dashboard. The change I find the most fun is that we no longer have pies, we have gauges. So it's very evident to our stakeholders where we are. If you go to the dashboard, this is the layout that you'll see. This particular layout is for the state of California and how the state of California is performing on each of the indicators. I provided this slide as I think it's important to have context for where we are as Washington Unified versus the state, and also to show you just what you'll see when you first open the dashboard. So with that, I will reveal, for those of you who have not seen it, the WUSD California School Dashboard. And a reminder, this is based on our performance as a district in 2017-18. This information was released last week. Okay, so this is Washington Unified overall. You can see for yourself the indicators. I'll go through them quickly. Chronic absenteeism, we are at the orange indication color. Suspension rate is yellow. EL progress, of course, doesn't have a color. Our graduation rate is sitting at a nice blue color. College career, that new indicator, is at yellow. English language arts and math are at orange. And then the local indicators, if you remember a board meeting or two ago, I went over those with you. When you go into the dashboard, be prepared to spend some time. It's a bit like a rabbit hole because as you go in, you can click on this thing and that thing and see a variety of layouts. So this is another layout. This shows how Washington Unified did by student group. And it provides a very quick visual of how all students compared to English learners, to foster youth, et cetera, et cetera. And all of the indicators are going along the horizontal. So you can see where there's work to be done and where there's opportunities to grow. So as you dig deeper into the dashboard and you want to know more about academic performance, you can click into this slide, which shows exactly how many points below standard our students were as an average. And then in that bottom, I wish I had a pointer, but where it will show how many groups are in the red zone, how many subgroups are in the orange, et cetera, and the same for math. So under academic, there's 4 areas: the college and career, English learner progress, math, and ELA. So this gives a snapshot of that category. Oh, that's where the subgroups are. So here's yet another way to look at the information. This is by school. So on the vertical axis, it shows where the students at that school are performing currently. And the top part shows how much of improvement, what's the cycle of improvement. And you can see that Southport is way over in the blue. They made a significant increase significantly, even though they are at a distance from standard slightly lower than Bridgeway Island. Because again, change and status are equally weighted. And here's the same grid with math reflected. Here's another way to look at subgroup data. by English language arts. So you can see that our orange indicator includes English learners, Hispanic, and homeless, etc. And student groups by level for math, majority of our groups being in the orange section. This is a baseline based on the assessment I spoke of, the English Learner Proficiency Assessment of California, and it shows that of the students that took the LPAC this last year, 23.2% of them are at the well-developed level, where we're hoping with just a little bit of support, they will be reclassified to redesignated English proficient, and you can see from there. So it'll be interesting to see next year how those levels change. The new, and to me, my biggest learning curve is the CCI, or the College and Career Indicator. It does include all of these areas, and each of them are weighted equally. So because we don't have IB in our district, obviously that's not included. But you can see the variety of components that lead to the College and Career color, including A through G, the State Seal of Biliteracy, which is a great celebration that that is included, AP exam, career tech, A through G, and the SBAC results. So all of those, there's calculations behind the scenes that end up with a color. And so here we have this, we call it the CCI for student groups. Academic engagement is the piece that includes chronic absenteeism and graduation rate. So here you can see exactly where we landed. So chronic absenteeism basically maintained, and the graduation rate increased significantly. And here's a grid showing where our sites fell in the area of chronic absenteeism. And then here's graduation rate. Graduation rate is attributed to the high school and Washington Unified overall. So under conditions and climate, we have only one indicator, and that's suspension rate. And you can see that 5.7% of our students were suspended at least once. So if one student is suspended several times, they're only counted as one suspension. And you can see in the equity report down below how many subgroups are in each category. And here is the district at a glance for suspension rate. And you can see that Riverbank, Southport, Westfield Village, and West Moroaks decline significantly, and this is where you want to see decline. And here we have again by student groups. So there's a dashboard for each school. I'm going to show you a quick view of all of the overall for all of the schools. If you'd like to dig deeper, you can find all the information that I provided for the district by school site. So tell me if you want me to slow down. I'm just going to show them. And the elementaries, of course, won't have a CCI color. Stonegate, Westfield Village, who continues to improve. Westmore Oaks improved in suspension rates. YOLO. This is the first year that the alternative schools are on the dashboard. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to my leader, Amber, to talk about the rest of this.
So for the board and for the public, we went through it rather quickly just to be aware of the time. But if you just go to the CDE website and type in California dashboard, as Gwen said, you can fall down the rabbit hole and spend literally hours there exploring the data of our schools, surrounding districts, all across the state of California. It's all public information. So as a reminder, this was data that was reported from last spring, 2018. And so we've been in school for several months. And so we wanted to highlight, because as I said in the beginning, what is the data telling us? But more importantly, what are we doing to improve? Because one of the things I really appreciate about the changes that they've made in the accountability system is they used to just only report on status. Here's your API ranking, here's your number. Now they're really looking at how are you growing? Because no matter where you're at, there is always room for growth. So since last year, here are the things that we have added or done more of. So these are new actions that we've taken because we received this data in the summertime. And so all of site admin really worked together collaboratively with their staff to figure out what do we need to do differently. So in the area of academic performance, all teachers are implementing the aligned Common Core standards and assessments through our RCD process. And yes, anytime you implement something new, there's a lot of bumps, a lot of hiccups along the way. I'm really proud of our Ed Services staff. We have been having meetings with each grade level on a voluntary basis to get their feedback and input to improve this process and make it better. But what is different this year is that there is a common alignment across the district intentionally focusing on California Common Standards. What one student is getting at one school, they're also getting at another school. There's an emphasis on standards, not on textbooks. We have implemented a new early literacy assessment because research shows if they're not reading by third grade, sometimes they never catch up. And that was administered by all K through third grade teachers. We have implemented a systematic guided reading program for our K-3 teachers. We've implemented it with our intervention specialists, and then we called out last year for a group of voluntary teachers, and we have many, many teachers who came over the summer to get training, and they're being trained once a month in guided reading. We have also really taken a look at our intervention program, made it more targeted and more research-based and more systematic, so that, again, we have alignment across the district. In ELD, we've added new assessments to monitor the progress of our students, so we don't wait till the spring to say, oops, we didn't make our targets, we didn't make our growth. And we've also added bi-monthly ELD professional learning. This is voluntary to our teachers, and it's just a testament to the quality of teachers we have, that we have packed rooms when we offer these trainings. In terms of college and career readiness, we have taken the AVID strategies and taken them not only in the middle school and high school, but all the way down to elementary, and really created a warehouse of resources and lesson plans, how teachers can implement these strategies, which are research-based and proven to be effective. Our suspension rates, we had a 0.7% decrease from 2016-17 to last year, 17-18. And working with Jerry's staff, we are on track to see further decreases. Our restorative youth court is an alternative to suspension, and leadership and staff are being trained in restorative practices. We are working with site admin and our teaching staff to continue to use discipline practices that keep students in campus rather than off campus. And so you may be asking yourself the question of, well, are these things working? And I just want to share two brief stories with you to illustrate how we are seeing improvement. We are only in our second unit, for the most part, some are in their third, for our RCD units. And consistently across the grade levels, we're seeing growth. We're seeing students that do not master the standards that are now mastering standards. As far as our youth court goes, we have a student, we've had 6 cases, and all 5 cases have resulted in eliminating their suspensions, with the exception of one who is continuing to work on the process to eliminate that suspension. We have been really working on training alternatives to suspension. We expanded our River City High School and Elementary Buddy program to 6 of the 7 sites. And this year, through a variety of reasons. One, because the MTSS process really looks by name, by need, and identifies the strategies and action steps that we need to take to help that student and meet their needs. Just one case that is illustrative of many. We have a student who last year had over 22 truancies, numerous discipline referrals and suspensions, and had almost all Fs. He joined the buddy service. He received service from Jerry's group, the outreach specialist, and this year he's had no suspensions, no discipline referrals, 2 absences, and he's receiving 4 Bs. And he attributes it to the mentorship and the support that he's received from the outreach specialist and his buddy. We are working on developing a tracking system so that we can really make sure that our services are efficient and effective. In January, our director and our outreach specialists will work to develop an improvement plan because we realize that we have some areas of growth needed, especially in our area for foster youth and the homeless. So we'll be working diligently through January to have a really concrete plan that really specifically targets this group of student who needs extra support and attention. Chronic absenteeism, we received through a grant some extra staff who have been reaching out to these families one-on-one. So if we stay on track from where we're at, we will see a decrease in chronic absenteeism, which is what you want to see. And again, part of our MTSS plans, previously you would wait to run a report that's required by law within a certain amount of days to identify students that are on track for chronic absenteeism. But now through the MTSS process, we're able to identify those students sooner, not wait till they get to the 10 absences, but identify it sooner so we can target strategies and interventions to get them back in school. So that was a lot, and I'm sure there are some questions. Or not.
Trustee Alcala? Yes, I did have a few questions. I was looking at the absenteeism. You said the state average was like 18 days. What are we averaging?
18 days is if they miss 10%. That's the definition of chronic absenteeism. I think Jerry has the,
exactly.
Is it 10.6 or something?
Yeah, last year we were 10.6, and right now, according to the statistics we received from Attention to Attendance is our program that we use, right now we're on a pace to be at right about 8% for our K-8s. So we're on our way down. We want to keep working and improving it. One of the ways we do that, we utilize a program that you guys have supported called Tipping Point through SIA, and at the mid-year, they'll take the kids that are on track, right on the edge to be able to stay. Hopefully we can keep them from going over into chronic absenteeism. We'll send letters out to the families talking about the importance of attendance. But this year, instead of just sending the letters, we're going to chase the letters with our outreach specialists to make home visits to talk to the families as well.
Okay, and I guess my second question on that would be, what do you see as the biggest reason for the absenteeism district-wide?
Parental support, to be honest with you. One of our highest grade levels, believe it or not, for chronic absenteeism is kindergarten.
Okay. Okay. And I noticed there were very large, the indicators for African-American students of suspension here in the district was very high.
Absolutely.
Why do you think there is such a high suspension?
I don't have an answer for the reason why. I would say that's something we're continuing to work on for sure.
So Superintendent Luna took all of administration, both classified and certificated management, through a process of really identifying some of the root causes. And so we are working to educate our staff and educate ourselves of our inherent biases and working on methods to address those. We've had also several staff members from Yolo County Office of Education and our own staff come out and do training with our staff to just be aware of how we're interacting with students.
I'm sorry, I was remiss, and we'll pause for a second. There are two public comments, so, and then would the board mind holding comments? Of course. Or questions until we hear from our public? So, Ms. Danny Langford. So we normally hear them at this after presentation, but.
Oh, no, I'm willing to. I really want to hear from the public as well.
Yeah, so that we can also appropriately address our questions and see if there's anything. We can direct our questions accordingly. We're here to serve the public, so please do share your thoughts.
Well, a few regular meetings ago, I expressed concerns. I was kind of chastised by a few board members on the verbiage, even though I stated that I knew the verbiage was changing. I was concerned about this coming out, and it looks like my concerns were validated. Although I appreciate that we've made some improvements, I am concerned. Our chronic absenteeism, which is good to hear that we have some improvement, looking at the dashboard, when we take 96% that we're using as a guide for our budget in attendance, is it really reflective when we're in the orange? Just a concern. With all the curriculum we've added, all the training we've added, all the consultants that we've paid for, should we have better numbers than this after 3 years of implementation? Looking at the dashboard that I pulled up myself, because again, I could not access any documentation with the transmittal for this agenda item, which is very frustrating to me. It looks like, where is my note? It was surprising, it looked like Westfield actually did better than Elkhorn, which Westfield's not done well in a long time. So that, I mean, that's good, I guess, but it saddens me for those students at Elkhorn. Why is there no report on chronic absenteeism at River City? Because that's not there. Riverbank as well is concerning. Again, north side of town. Why is there no reporting on the West Sacramento School for Independent Study? And I don't think I saw one for the charter that we've taken on that's at the current Westmore Oaks, or the old Westmore Oaks. You guys know where I'm talking about. I don't see anything on the dashboard. The presentation was really fast. I know you guys are trying to get through for time, but it's just frustrating. YOLO High, again, chronic absenteeism, there's nothing on the dashboard for that too, as well as the other indicators. So there's just a lot of concerns and questions. And again, I probably would have had some of these answered through you guys' questions. Thanks.
So, Ms. Pat Flint?
Well, again, the dashboard report reflects on our district, and it's not reflecting totally good, but it's not reflecting totally bad. And I'm happy to hear that we are working on making it better for our students. My children got caught in the middle of whole language English, where they were not teaching any spelling or grammar in school. Now my grandchildren are getting caught in the middle, again, another generation of kids not being up to standards totally in all areas. This is a big concern to me. Another big concern is keeping kids in school. There are ways to energize kids to come to school. I've seen it done in other districts. We can do better there. We can go out and bring kids back to the campuses daily if we have to. It may take a little money that Chris keeps reminding me we don't have. And I'm one that likes assessments frequently, not quarterly, not mid-year. You have to assess these kids after each chapter. You have to make sure that you are reaching and teaching to them the curriculum that they need to make their test scores better, because they're competing. These test scores are competing with everybody in the state of California. Our kids have to be out there in a global society. They need to be taught to be out there in a global society and be successful at it. And losing the kids that really need help, our foster kids, our kids at YOLO, those kids need special, exceptional help. I don't know how we're going to do it, but we need to find programs or grants or something that gets those kids out of the dark ages. They've been in the dark ages for years, Kobe. I hate to say that. We have not been able to reach those kids, and we have a big majority of our kids in that area. So thank you.
Go ahead. Yes.
Trustee Alcala, did you
I
have?
have another question. It was mentioned out there. In terms of absenteeism, do our resource officers go out? I remember when I was really young, back in the 60s, resource officers or people, they went and knocked on doors. They brought them in if.
So point of clarification, chronic absenteeism in the state of California is only reported for grades K through 8. Don't ask me why, but we have CD down the street. We can probably ask. We are very fortunate in this district that we have a lot of resources that do just that. They go knock on doors. Not only do our 2 SROs go knock on doors, but we have homeschool liaisons and outreach specialists whose primary function is to make those connections with parents, and they do home visits frequently, if not daily.
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 Thank you.
Can I address
Let's let them tell us.
Are
Go to
there
the
other
director's
questions? Trustee?
Others? I'll wait and go.
Clerk-
You can go ahead.
Clerk
You're brand
Jackson?
new. Go ahead.
Brand new, you get to ask the question.
Well, my concerns kind of go back to what Ms. Alcala was stating earlier, as far as the suspension rates for our African-American students. What steps are being taken to try and remedy some of these?
So I'll speak and then I'll turn over to my colleague who oversees suspensions. The first thing has just been training and awareness. We have taken admin through several training courses. And the second part is about keeping track of it, tracking it, to just be aware daily, weekly, monthly of not just African Americans, but all of our students. How many students are we suspending for each group? What are types of suspensions? What types of alternatives have been tried instead of just immediately putting the student back home? So those are the steps that we are taking, but we realize that we have more work to do in this area.
I think something that's happened that doesn't get reflected in this report is that we've made a concerted effort the last 2 years working with our site administration to not have students out of school. And we work very hard to take a lot of suspensions that are actually becoming in-school suspensions where the students are still on campus, but it's still rated by the state as a suspension, even though it's an in-school suspension. So we're keeping them on campus, trying to work with them. They're still under the auspice of an in-school suspension because of the actions that may have been taken. But because of that, we still show high numbers because of the fact that the state still counts it as a regular suspension.
Right, because it's instructional time that's been lost.
Correct.
And that's really at the crux of the issue, is not necessarily whether or not a kid is suspended and sent home, but whether the fact that the child is losing quality instruction time in the classroom.
So here's an example of some of the alternatives that we're taking this year. This happened this week. We had a student that exhibited some behavior that was absolutely positively suspendable and caused a little bit of trauma in the classroom. But instead of sending the student home, where we knew that the student had a previous history of watching video games and being on YouTube at home, we put this student in a credentialed teacher's classroom that had smaller class sizes and more support, so that teacher could help that student work on the work for the 2 days that they were suspended, so that, to your point, the instructional time would not be lost. I just wanted to add one more additional strategy that we're taking to address specifically our African-American students. We have been working with Kevin Bracey. He works in schools. At one school, he has a boys group that he's been working with students to help empower them and working with teachers. And River City also has some programs with him as well. So we're working with people that can help us and help our students.
Now, are there any plans to have programs in place that kind of trickles down to teachers and other school staff and addressing some of those issues? As far as you mentioned bias earlier.
Yes, so we've had several trainings at some district-wide, some at the sites. At our all-district PD day in October, it was kind of set up as conference style, where teachers got to pick their sessions, and we had several sessions on equity, on bias, on trauma-informed care, so that we're trying to provide that information to teachers so they get that knowledge to know how to respond appropriately.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez?
Thank you. I appreciate this. Thank you for all of your hard work. Looking over the dashboard, I've poured through each school and each report and looked through our district as well. It never gives me as good of a picture as when I visit a school site and when I visit a classroom. It never does. And I wish we weren't in this world where we were putting schools up on grids and showing where everybody stands, because history has shown us very well. We know exactly where kids are going to be struggling the most before we even see the data come through. And so these are complex issues. And I just want to point out the piece of multiple measures. This, in some ways, it very much is multiple measures. It gives us more complex data in some ways, but school climate and conditions right now is measured only in suspensions. Is that correct? On the dashboard.
On the dashboard.
Yeah, and so we know the conditions and climates of learning and of classrooms are so much more complex than just that. It's the same thing with the parent engagement, the same piece with when we're looking at, are they college and career ready? I think that's one state test. Am I correct on that as well? The college and career ready indicator?
Defined.
8 measures.
8 different states sealed by literacy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I was going off of another piece from.
One measure of the 8 is the SBAC.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
I wanted to say on school climate.
Yeah.
The local, sorry.
Aside from the state indicator of suspension, we have a local indicator for school climate as well.
Thank you. Yes. and I'm
Another little
looking-
something.
And I'm really looking forward to those local indicators as we move forward, that we can make them more our own and continue to work on them. But I want to thank you for all that you do, for the supports that we have. I just actually had a teacher recently pull me into his classroom and tell me that the equity professional development from that day and popping around different groups was really beneficial. And this is a teacher who'd been teaching for a long time. So I want to thank you for that work. And I want to say that while this is important for us to look at as we make our plans moving forward, absolutely, we don't ignore this. But for parents that are watching, for community members that are thinking about this as well, go and visit a principal cafe. Ask, how is my child doing? How is my child doing? How do I feel about the school? Go volunteer, because that is where you get really the best and the richest information, and you see all this work that's happening. You see a lot of really positive kids. So thank you.
Vice President Pizzotti?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on some of the suspension conversation that we've had so far. Do we track gender in that as well? Because I would like to know what granted, it's not tracked on the dashboard, I get it, because it's all one lump sum. But I'd like to know for my own personal edification, are boys suspended at a greater rate than girls, or girls at a greater rate than boys?
The state does not track it. We track it internally, and generally speaking, boys are suspended more than girls.
You'll probably have one more in my girl coming pretty soon. I'm just suggesting. Also, just in terms of a snapshot over the last 3 years, haven't we just completely overhauled our curriculum?
So this is my 2.5 year. The first year, 16, 17, Andy and I first came on board, and that was the year when we did a needs assessment. We walked in classrooms, we talked to stakeholders to figure out what are the needs. And overwhelmingly, we heard from teachers, we need common assessments. Well, first thing we heard is, we need to get rid of open court and get actually Common Core aligned resources. So we went through 2 major adoptions, language arts and math. At the secondary level, they did social science. And after that first year, the second year, 17, 18, which was what this data was based on, we began with a pilot of 18 teachers only, 18 teachers. Mainly because that was what the subcapacity that we could sustain. We have a shortage of subs. That 18 teachers worked for a year to develop and create these resources. And then over the summer, we expanded that, and now we're rolling it out district-wide to all teachers for the assessments, the pre and post assessments, which I'm really proud of the fact that it's not, they give a unit and then they assess it, but in between each unit, they have 4 different performance tasks that they perform. So there's lots of formative assessments to check for understanding. But we're only in unit 2 of this work, and as you go from 18 to now 400, you get 400 voices to say, ooh, wait, have you thought about this? Or it's one thing when a group of teachers are in a room of adults planning curriculum, but when you get in front of 25 kindergartners, you're like, it's a very different story. So we have a lot of tweaking to do. I'm so proud of our teaching staff. They are working overtime diligently. When they get feedback from their colleagues, they're immediately going to their computer and making those changes.
So it's safe to say that there's still an adjustment period.
Absolutely.
To this curriculum that is kind of being reflected in our, maintaining levels.
For all transparency, we did not get where we are overnight, and it's
Right.
going to take more than overnight to improve. But we realize that we have a moral imperative and a sense of urgency to do what's right for our kids, because your child gets one shot at first grade.
Right. Absolutely right. Also, didn't YOLO just go to A through G classes?
Yes, they did, thanks to the hard work of our curriculum council and my absent partner, Dr. Parsons. They are approving courses for A through G. And this is the first year that YOLO has been reported as well. And so along those lines, if you see an indicator that doesn't have a color, with the exception of the EL, because it's its first year, you have to have a subgroup of 30 or more students, except for foster youth, it's 15, because they're one of our most fragile groups, to report out. Because think about if you attended the charter and you were one of 20 kids, and they're reporting on 20 kids, you could almost identify that student.
Right.
And so to protect students' anonymity, they will not report out if it's less than 30.
Clerk Jackson.
One of the things that's a little bit disturbing about the dashboard, I think, is because a lot of times when people look at the colors, they see the colors and they see the orange and they see the yellow, and they say that, well, our schools are failing. And I think what's important for people to understand is that when we look at these test scores, and not necessarily to just look at the colors, but go back into the actual CASP results and look at the growth over time. Because that's where you really get an idea of how our schools are actually doing. Now, the colors make it easier for people to visually get an idea of how things are going. But if you want to see, is there progress being made, it's important to go back onto the actual CAST website and look at the grades, because you can track to see how kids did in second grade versus how they did in third grade and all the way down the line up until about eighth grade. Right. And I think from going through the data myself, that's the one thing that I did notice, was that in certain areas there is growth. Now, the growth is not as significant as I think everyone would like it to be. I don't think it's as vigorous as we want it to be. But again, like you said, we didn't get to this point overnight, and we're not going to get out of it overnight. But if we continue to just keep the goal in mind, that, hey, are we making progress? And be honest with you, I see that. Because I see that not only on the website, but I also see that in my own children, because I know that the test scores that we see are not indicative of the teaching that's taking place in our classrooms, because I have 2 second graders who couldn't read a lick at the beginning of first grade last year, and now they're voracious readers and reading chapter books every night as they go to bed. So I say that to give a tip of the cap to our teachers for the work that they are doing, and understanding that with all the things that have been implemented, it's going to take some time, and I understand that it's going to take time, but just really is important if we just look at the progress and the growth over time, because we can track kids, like I said, from one year to the next, and instead of just focusing necessarily on the colors, which I think it's important, but it's better we also can take a look at the raw data as well.
And I really appreciate those comments. Unlike our Lighthouse Charter parent, I wasn't able to go home, but I was sick to my stomach preparing for this, because I carry this burden on my shoulders. This is under my watch and my leadership. But a teacher before the board meeting today reminded me, she said, Amber, we are having conversations, courageous conversations, critical conversations that we haven't had in this district in a long time. She's been in this district for over 15 years. And so it is growth over time, and it is not just one single measure, it's multiple measures. Our internal assessments are showing we're seeing growth, and we're looking at also qualitative data as well as quantitative.
No, I appreciate all the work, and as also coming in, kind of wanting to focus on the data and being vested in the local control funding formula for a number of reasons. Really appreciative of the fact that you actually did mention kind of the additional investments in our students who are experiencing homelessness and who are students who are in foster care. They're the ones who are actually declining in performance, right? So the question then becomes to me is whether or not we are training our teachers and our staff to be trauma-informed when they approach, when they're thinking about suspending those very, very vulnerable populations, right? Which there's an overlap with other ethnic kind of makeup with students in foster care and those experiencing homelessness, but I do appreciate the shout out to that. But generally, I actually did see, just like Clerk Jackson over here, that we have a general, even with the colors, we are actually maintaining and improving slightly. Not as great as many of us want to be. So generally our investments are proving to be good. And I appreciate the fact that we actually are looking at the CHKS and other local indicators.
California Healthy Kids Survey.
California Healthy Kids Survey, which is not mandated for the rest of the state, but we have adopted it as a measure to evaluate how our students do we actually do the parent survey as part of the CHKS? So our parents as well, how they're feeling about our campuses. So I appreciate that. And looking for, I know that we often present on that in the spring, correct?
Yes.
About how our parents are, and our students are feeling, whether or not they're safe, and all of those kind of wonderful things, so I appreciate that. But yeah, the question then becomes, I think, through our MTSS framework is, are we truly trauma-informed if our most, in my mind, our most vulnerable students who are homeless and experiencing foster care are declining across indicators? So that's it. Any other questions from the board? No? Okay.
Thank you, Board of Trustees.
Thank you.
If I could just make a closing comment on there, because I just would be remiss if I didn't say that the board needs to ask these questions, and the public needs to ask these questions in regards specifically to specific student groups. Because we need to be able to answer that, of why our students, our African-American students, are being disproportionately suspended. Why are boys being disproportionately suspended more than girls? These are the hard questions. What we've committed to on top of the training that we're already doing is we have to really say and acknowledge what truly is the issue. And the issue is we have to address our own and acknowledge our own implicit biases individually and then together collectively as a school community. For that is how we're going to reach our students of color. That's how we're going to be able to make changes in terms of what they believe in education and how we can better serve them and reach them versus following a matrix and just being black and white about how we're going to determine a student's consequence of behavior. And so those are the kinds of questions that the board should ask, and we appreciate you doing that tonight. Because when we're asking about these kinds of questions, about specific subgroups of students, about why and how we're addressing our student subgroups, only then will we truly be addressing the achievement gap that we see of students who are historically underrepresented or historically underserved. The improvement that an example of Westfield School has made is because the board has taken intentional action to provide equitable access and equitable resources through the LCAP process to the schools that are most needy. There's a demonstration of success. And so if we just continue on this journey, we have a lot going on, and it is going to take time. Because right now, our teachers are going, it's like a fire hose being thrown at them of new standards, new assessments, collaboration, all of that new, which is good. And so we thank the board for understanding that, but also know that we have a sense of urgency because it is our students today who need to be served at this moment. So thank you so much for that and your support in all the work that we're trying to lift. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, staff, for all your hard work. We moved Q3 up, and so next is Q4, Sunshine of the California School Employees Bargaining Proposal to Washington Unified. Associate Superintendent Chris Mount Benitez. And your CBO/interim Assistant Superintendent of HR. So how many other hats do we have you wearing?
We keep saying there will come a time that'll just be one. We'll see about that, right? You can
Until
call
we
me-
need to make
You can
budget
call me
cuts, so
whatever you'd
backfill.
like, that's fine. Good evening, trustees. Congratulations on elections, new elections. Welcome to all. Welcome to community members and colleagues as well. We have a couple of articles. Q4 and Q5 are both sunshine clauses pursuant. Sorry, I'm having a little trouble focusing tonight. It's my eyes, that's not the computer. Pursuant to Government Code Section 3547, CSEA, and its Riverview Chapter Number 168, hereby presents its initial proposal for the 1920 year as follows. And you have attached their formal sunshine, which includes Article 10, Organizational Security and Dues Deduction, Article 17, Classification and Reclassification. They only had 2 articles to sunshine this year. That's because the contract it calls for 2 articles a year exclusive of salary and benefits. It is a closed contract except for that for 3 years. You will see a third bullet, and that's AB 1808, and they are sunshining that because there is a deadline on that Assembly Bill language of notification of the state of participation in January. We actually have that coming up later this evening for the board to approve so that the district and CSEA may participate. There will be a public hearing at the January 24th meeting, and that is the public notice requirements by CSEA and the district.
Thank you. All right, any questions about the sunshine? If not, next up is the second sunshine of the agenda. So the sunshine of the Washington Unified School District's proposal to CSEA. Q5.
So Q5, our sunshine of articles to CSEA. Again, pursuant to Government Code Section 3547, we are presenting our initial proposals for the 1920 school years as follows. Article 11, leaves, and Article 16, vacation and holidays. A public hearing will be held, and this matter will be brought back as an action item at the first meeting in January, which I believe is the 24th again. And this, after completion of public notice requirements by the district and CSEA, the district is prepared to meet and begin negotiations. Daniel Gandara, the president of CSEA, was here earlier this evening and mentioned that we are already scheduling for February.
Great. Any questions about the sunshine item? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we are moving on to R1, Board Action on Government Code Section 48918, Student Discipline, case number 1819-A. The board action approval is to accept the recommendations made from the expulsion panel. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Vice
second.
President Pizzotti moves. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez seconds. All in favor? Aye. I too vote aye. So passed. R2 is the approval of the 2018-19 Comprehensive School Site Safety Plans. Mr. Jerry Smith, welcome back.
Thank you. As you can see in your transmittal, the plans are now complete from Emergency Preparedness Group and our site administration. They've been developing them during the course of the fall. They're technically not due to the state till March 1st, but we wanted to get them done earlier this year. The only thing you have as an attachment is a template. And that's a recommendation from both Emergency Preparedness Group and from our SROs. The plans are much more detailed than they have been previously. We used to just do the Comprehensive Safety Plan, which is a requirement from the state, but we also have emergency operation plans that are attached to each one of those. Included in those, obviously, are plans to handle certain emergencies, including active shooter stuff. It gives ingresses, degresses from the campus. It gives phone numbers, et cetera. So it's been recommended that we don't put those out in public, but they are viewable in my office. And we can also send the Dropbox that we have that includes everybody's plans to you via email. That's not a problem. And then when people do decide they want to come in and see it, we're going to ask people to sign that they viewed it because it is public record, but we also want to have a record of people that have seen it as they come in.
So we have a public comment. Ms. Danny Langford.
Just a couple of things. I think it's great that we're not publicizing our plan. Is this a result from the safety consultant that was hired earlier this year? And if so, has that report come to the board? Because I've never seen it, and I'm pretty active in what's going on. And is that available to the community? Thank you.
Trustee Alcala?
I was going to ask one of those questions, very similar. Could you?
Well, there's no
clarify that?
individual report that EPG is giving. Their contract with us is that they are helping to develop those plans that we're talking about right here. So yes, they've helped us develop the plans for all of our site campuses, including the emergency operations plan. So yes, they are available in the office, but we're going to ask people if they do come by to view them to sign out that they've viewed them.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez?
Okay, thank you. Is there a way that we can put the template online so that people and families? That's okay. Is there a way we can have the template online so that families can access that? So they can, because some of that stuff is maybe routine that they
It
can
is.
at least see. So can that
Absolutely.
be added to maybe the student services department or wherever that would be
Without
a
a
good
problem.
spot? Okay.
That's not a problem at all. That's
Good.
very simple.
And-
Absolutely.
And then I'll just state my piece right now. I'm really grateful for this work. I'm so glad that we had professionals come in and also work with our public agencies here in West Sacramento. So thank you so much for that. I don't anticipate having any concerns with it, but since I haven't actually come by your office and looked at them, I would like to look at them before I vote, but I'm okay with it being on consent next time, and unless there's any questions I have, which I don't anticipate. But I would, since it also is before March 1st, our due date, I'm wondering if we could just put it on the next agenda under consent and not make you stay late or even be here, but unless
Either way,
there's questions.
I think that's a real good choice. We went with the recommendation from both law enforcement, et cetera, to not put it out there because of, you get the idea.
I respect that. Thank
Sure,
you for that.
sure.
Thank you. Just to give us a little bit more time so we
Absolutely.
can read over.
Absolutely.
No, I was just going to recommend that we do this, that we table this until we've all had a chance to view the site plans.
Okay.
So did folks want to ask questions first and put it on the consent next time per the request of Trustee Kirby Gonzalez? Or do you want to table, so those are two different things?
Well, we can
tabling it
pull
to the next
off of
meeting.
consent if we want to.
Yeah.
So, but
Okay.
I would just put on consent and if
That's
we,
fine.
yeah, if we can put on consent and then if we find anything that we have questions with, we can pull it off and bring it up as an action item.
And I can still be here for consent. That's not a problem
Okay.
at all.
Before you take, are there any other questions now? No? Specifically to this? Okay, so there's a motion to table.
Second.
A second. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
My admin will be sending you the link to get to the Dropbox.
Great, thank you.
So move to the January meeting. Thank you. Next, R3, adoption of resolution number 1819-2, approving school state preschool contract, CSPP-8698, Assistant Superintendent Amber Lee. And this is a roll call vote for.
Hello again. Each year, the Early Education Support Division awards contracts for early education services, which must be approved by the Board of Education. By adopting this resolution, the district will be reimbursed $1,004,633 pending enrollment. So the staff recommends approval of this resolution.
Any questions about the resolution so that we can receive money for our preschool program?
No.
To approve.
And I'll second.
Okay. Vice President Pizzotti moves, Trustee Kirby Gonzalez seconds. All in, this is a roll call vote. So Trustee Kirby Gonzalez?
Aye.
Trustee Norma Alcala?
Aye.
Clerk Preston Jackson?
Aye.
Vice President Kobe Pizzotti?
Aye.
And I too vote aye, so approved. Okay. So next is R4, action of the Washington Unified School District's performance and financial statement independent audits for Measure V Bond 2017, 2018. You again.
Good- Me again. I'm going to be up here a lot now. We're getting towards the end of the meeting. Those are always my slots. So
The
this
next-
evening, we have a number of approval of audits. Earlier, you heard from Crow, our account representative, Jennifer, about the general audit. This audit was also included in that presentation, and the attachment is there. This is the annual audit of our Measure V bond funds. Essentially, what you can see, it's a fairly short audit, but what you can see in the audit is that it's an unmodified opinion, absolutely no issues in testing, compliance, or reporting. It's an absolutely 100% clean audit. So I would ask for your approval.
Any questions from the board? If not, we don't need to vote. We shouldn't wait for Vice President Pizzotti. we're going to move forward because we have a very long agenda. So is there a motion? Is there a motion to?
Oh, I'm making
Would
the
you like to
motion, I'm sorry.
make the motion to approve?
Yes, I moved.
Okay, trustee Alcala moves. A second?
I'll second.
All right,
All right.
Clerk Jackson, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. It was mentioned earlier, and I'll mention it again. First of all, I'm going to invite Kylie up. I know she's still here. So if Kylie would come up, we're going to work through the first interim report. It was also mentioned, and I want to call it out to the board again, not just Kylie, although she's become my right hand and a partner in crime to some extent. Her department, again, 6 people in a district our size, and the amount of work they completed with the audit and first interim at the same time was laudable, particularly with the level of clarity it came back with.
I apologize, there was a public comment on R4 before we made the vote.
My apology.
So, Ms. Danny Langford.
Not a problem.
Oh, she wasn't here anyways. Okay, so good.
Is it Dan?
Kobe was still there.
We'll come back to the R4. Okay, perfect.
Okay.
We'll continue with R4. So, I apologize for that. So,
Not a problem. So we're moving on to R5, which
R5.
is the first interim report. This is the official first interim report following the budget study session that the board had. It feels like a long time ago. I think it was only about a week or a week and a half ago. And we've been doing a lot of financial work. You'll see some actual updates this evening that Kylie and I can speak to as we work through this. And we'll try to move it quickly, but I realize that the information is dense, and even though we've done some study sessions, that I want to take enough time to make sure that folks can follow along. So this is the third report that we've done on the budget this year. A little bit different in that we did do a 45-day revise this year because although it wasn't necessary, we felt that it was a good idea because our revenue formulas were being adjusted for the 45-day revised period. So this is our first interim report. After this, of course, we have a second interim as well as a close and then the annual audit, similarly to what we presented this evening for last year's budget, the audit. That's where the year closes out. The first interim tonight includes updates in revenues and expenses, as well as the detailed SACS report. The standardized account code structures our state reports. You have all of the detailed reports for all of our funds. And of course, we always provide minimally the multi-year projection of the current year plus 2 additional years. Kylie and I have actually started to provide the board and the public with more, with the caveat that the further out we go, the less reliable our projections get, but we still work hard to make sure they're as detailed and accurate as possible. Significant changes from the last time we presented a budget to the board. Revenues have decreased another $40,000. If you remember at the 45-day revise, they had declined by about $700,000 in the LCFF calculator, and it was a trade-off of one-time money for a slight increase to our base funding. In the long term, that actually helps because it augmented base funding, but the apportionment projection decreased about another $40,000 for the year. We've now posted all of our carryover. What does that mean? Now that the audit's done, we actually know where all of the nickels and dimes and $100 bills are, and we've actually clarified that and posted it to fund balance. And we also have an enrichment, a Title IV enrichment. What does that mean? That's actually a new title program for us of about $124,000. That's relatively new for K-12. Title IV is something more typically associated with community college and four-year colleges and graduate schools, but there is now a portion of that coming to K-12. Expenses have decreased by $485,000. We'll touch on that in a little bit. And we've also increased by $271,000 of indirect from our restricted resources. What does that mean? Do you want to address that? Most people wouldn't follow that. I know that Trustee Wong is probably following that, but go ahead.
That effect happens when we post the carryover. So a lot of those carryover dollars, like title, they have the indirect. So then, of course, it increases it on the other side for the unrestricted side.
So we have to pay the operations costs?
Yeah.
Yes, so most of our grant sources, including our title sources, we charge an indirect cost too for all the administrative work we do. And so some of the increases that we've been able to capture or mitigating those expenses, we've done by making sure that we're fully charging all of our administrative full costing to help the general fund. And we
What is the
lost,
percentage of our indirect? Can you remind me?
I'm sorry.
Percentage of our indirect? What's our percentage in general?
A little over 9%, 9.27.
We followed the
9.27,
state
you do
guidelines, it's
9.27.
9.27 this year.
Yeah.
Yep. And we lost our our
There it is.
presentation's back. That was magic. Let's see, there we go. More significant changes on the expense side, a decrease in salary and benefits due to position reconciliation. What does that mean? That means positions that are vacant that we've been covering for. So for example, Kylie had a financial analyst that was vacant for part of the year, and so she picked up that work until we could fill it and spread some of the work amongst her staff. So there were a few months of salary savings that we captured from that. Our vacancy in our assistant superintendent of HR, and our benefit analyst. Different folks pick that work up, and that means that we get to save some of that money. We also have been monitoring for when there's a position open to make sure that we really need it, knowing that we're in a bit of a financial tighter time. We don't automatically fill positions. So the cabinet reviews to make sure that the position is necessary for operations to continue before we fill. We've also decreased our contribution to the QSCAB. That's an exciting sounding thing. That's one of our COPs. It was one of the COPs that I believe we use for solar in the district. So the contribution for that was a little bit less because the city of West Sacramento is actually contributing to that in an annual allocation for the pool and the rec center. We talked about that a little bit at the budget study session. So this year it's 200,000, next year it's 200,000, and then it goes up gradually till it hits a high of 350,000. So that's a new revenue stream that we're offsetting some of our debt that we actually incurred on behalf of the city in constructing the rec center. We've also increased to our RRM, that's routine restricted maintenance, and we are required to put aside 3% annually to make sure that we are minimally maintaining our schools. Just some breakdown really quickly as a pie chart of the actual general fund revenues and expenses so that you can see that we're at about 80% salaries and benefits for expenses. The revenue side, about 82% from the LCFF.
Can you remind us what the local revenue sources are? The 3.5%.
What LCFF breaks down into several components, and it's in your SACS forms. So there's local sources as well as state sources, right? So the county passes on a certain portion of that base formula to the school district. Those are local sources. They can be everything from, we don't get this one, but I'll use it as an example, timber tax. So if we were living in timberland, so that actually accounts for a portion of your base funding. And then whatever your local source doesn't account for is what the state then provides. So it's the local plus the state accounts for your total. Other items that might come through there, for example, are lottery funds, okay? So you have all sorts of different little pots. Most of them are still accounted for in the LCFF funding formula, and then there are some other small offsets. We also might get things such as developer fees or redeveloper succession fees. What else might we get?
Facility use.
Facility use. Yep. Anything else? No, I think that's it between the two of us. Oh, this thing, it keeps going off. So fiscal guidance hasn't really changed that much, and that is everybody watch your expenses because we don't know what revenues are going to do in the future. That's the general summary of that slide. We can make that really quick. We've had a lot of questions recently about STRS and PERS, multi-year rates and changes. Kylie actually created this chart to show that what the rate was last year, what it is this year, and what that rate equates to as far as an expenditure for the district. So that you can see in 18-19, our STRS contribution rate is 16.28%. It went up 1.85% from last year. And the actual dollar value of that, that means that we're contributing $8.3 million to STRS this year. Similarly, you can see for 18 and 19 that we're contributing $2.3 million on the PERS side. If you escalate that for the next 2 years, just as we look at our 3-year multi-year projection, that escalates by an additional $2 million over the next 2 years. That's growing fairly rapidly, and as we all know, percentages compound on one another year after year, so that increase feels pretty hefty. These are assumptions that we're using for our multi-year projections this evening. Flat ADA, we're trying to be a bit more conservative. This year, our ADA went down by about, or our enrollment went down by 100, and so we're trying to be conservative in projecting that forward. And we are giving you the dartboard COLA as well as the other factors that we're using to project the multi-year projections. And also for 2021. They're mostly for reference if you want to know what escalation factors we're using for expenses and revenues. And here we go with the magic grids. That's what I keep telling everybody to look for. These numbers have changed. After we met the last time, they have changed again. Why did the numbers change again? Because Kylie was working frantically with her team to continue to reconcile through the end of that week. And I was so excited to see the results of all of the work in reconciling all those numbers, because that means that our deficit spending this year, it went to a high of almost $900,000, and Kylie and her team frantically whittling that away, and we are down to under $500,000 of anticipated deficit spending this year. Kudos to them and our thanks. And you will also see that in the future years, under the current multi-year projection, that those projected deficits are down as well. Now, notice the title. This is with no reductions. No reductions. This is taking out any placeholder figures we were using for expected reductions. This is with no reductions. So what this should show everybody is looking at the ending uncommitted fund balance, which we always want to keep to the positive, that as of next year, if we were not to make any reductions, we will be down to less than $1 million of uncommitted reserves. Okay, for an $88 million annual budget, that's something that we should definitely pay attention to. The year after that, without any reductions, even though we've been mitigated all these costs, this is the best that we can do at this point, we are still $4.6 million below reserves, which, what does that mean? That means we actually are not only under our 6% locally required reserve, we're under our 3% statutorily required reserve. Okay? Any other comments on that?
It's the question I have, just for transparency.
Sure.
In the revenue section, why do we go down from 2018-19 to 2019-20, even though there's a COLA built in? I ask it every time. I'm going to be consistent with a question, because other people, they may not have heard it every time I ask it.
There's actually a couple of pieces there now. It used to be, I would just say to you, well, Trustee Wong, it's because our one-time money isn't coming in. If you look at the 45-day revise, you actually see that that number went up even though we weren't getting any more one-time money. And that was because the COLA, with a steady, slow increase in enrollment, was actually, even if we didn't get one-time money, we were still slightly going up in revenue. But for next year, when we combine a lack of any one-time money that's been announced to date, as well as the fact that we've had at least a 1-year decline in enrollment, those two factors are combining together to actually have an overall reduction in revenue next year.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
I will continue to ask it.
And if I'm not making it clear enough, I'm glad that you asked, because it means that I'm breezing over it too quickly.
We have a slightly different answer every time I ask it.
The numbers always change. Okay. So how do we get back on track? We've talked before at the study session. The revenues are pretty much baked in at this point. We continue to be hopeful and optimistic that maybe we get some one-time money to help us out, that maybe the state legislature does something with special education or more unfunded mandates or augments the base formula. But at this point, the message has continued to be, don't count on it. So we are not counting on it in our modeling at this point. Expenses are going to continue to rise much faster than our revenues are. And so we're trying to avoid being in a constant position where we have to cut. But we also don't want to be so radical as to say, let's fix it all in one fell swoop. Because if we look at that deficit next year, that deficit in the budget, a $4.5 million reduction all at once for Washington would be in our opinion, too shocking. Okay? So rather than one extreme or the other, do nothing, do everything, we're trying to take a moderate approach, which will allow for potentially augmented revenues to come in and help, but also takes care of us in the event that it's not enough. And so our proposal is a very modest 3.64% reduction in expenses, which equates in our budget to $3.2 million. And you can see in a multi-year projection, if we do project that, what it does to our projection. And we've actually projected out a 5-year equivalency. What do those reductions include? We talked about this as well in the budget session, the study session, and we did a number of input sessions, and we basically came out with a bunch of district-wide contracts, programs, as well as trimming all the different units according to the suggestions that were made by those input groups. You also heard Mr. Gandara this evening say that pretty blatantly that he felt that management needed to be trimmed back. I wanted to point out that Superintendent Luna, myself, and Cabinet have spent a lot of time looking at the input from those different groups, and we concur that to keep the cuts as far away from the classroom as possible and to make sure that our colleagues know that we do believe that management and administration will take the majority of any reductions. Please notice that our management group, we are proposing a 16% reduction to. That will have a significant effect on our agility and our ability to manage, supervise, and perform, but we still believe it's doable with some reconfiguration. So after those reductions, we would be looking at a 5-year multi-year projection that looks like this. Notice that the deficits don't go away. That's what I meant by moderate reductions. We're not just trying to chop our way out of a deficit, but we feel that if we are moderate about it, that instead of being fiscally solvent in our projections for 18 months, we can extend it to 5 years with that moderate path. Anything else that? So Kylie's going to stay with me for, I know it keeps disappearing. I don't know why. Every time I look here, it disappears up there. But any questions that you have for either Kylie or myself?
Before we go there, I actually, Ms. Danny Langford was out of the room when R4 was voted on and you had a public comment. I don't know if at this time you wanted to make a public comment.
Okay.
Okay. All right, does the board have questions about Trustee Kirby Gonzalez?
I want to thank you for this. I want to thank you for the budget session that we had the other night. I do believe it was, I don't know if the videotape is up yet, but that was also videotaped. And so these are difficult conversations to have, but we're being very transparent and open. And I want to thank you for all of that and for all of your hard work on all of these pieces. So thank you. And there's so many things that I am proud of, our Sly Park, our gardens, our VAPA, and there's so much progress that's been made, and it's been made with the entire team of people that are here. And so I know that these are challenging conversations, and I appreciate the hard work and the look at.
Trustee Alcala, did you have a question? No.
No, we already went over this during our
We have.
study session, so I just want to commend you and your staff for getting us on the right path.
Clerk Jackson, I know that you were not on the board at the time during the study session. I do not know if you have any questions at this time.
Not at this time, no.
Okay. Thank you for your hard work and transparency and being consistent and asking our questions and digging deeper and finding those nickels, dimes, pennies, if you will.
And $100 bills.
And $100 bills.
Occasionally.
So it's not an easy conversation to have, but appreciate the transparency. So.
And so we would ask the board to approve the first interim with proposed reductions for fiscal solvency.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
So Trustee Alcala, do I have a second?
Second.
Vice President Pizzotti, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I too vote aye.
Thank you.
So is adopted. So is the work begins. So Am I to understand that R6 wasn't able to be voted on today, Superintendent Luna? I had a little bit of a confusing moment there.
Agenda item R6 does have the supplemental document loaded.
Okay.
It's the same, we put the information first
Okay.
prior to the actual action item, but on this, it's the same.
Okay.
Financial audit, it's just that the document is loaded on agenda online on this action item.
Oh.
Okay.
Typically, I like them loaded with both so that we can reference them, and I didn't see it on the first one, so I didn't realize they had attached it to the second one.
Okay.
So,
All right, so we will be able to vote on R6, approval of the Washington Unified School District Financial Statement Independent Audit for fiscal year 2018.
Motion to approve.
Do I have, are there any questions before we, okay, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Trustee Alcala seconds. Vice President Pizzotti moves. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
and it's interesting, 25th year in education, the first audit I've seen without a finding in student fund accounting.
Really?
That's the most common finding in an audit, so great job.
Okay, great. You're still up. So R8, approval of the MOU between the Washington Unified School District and the California School Employees Association, River Chapter, number 168, with regard to an early retirement non-return notification incentive for classified employees. Do you want to provide a little bit of a description for?
So in recognizing the financial reductions that we were proposing and the situation that we're in, I actually worked with both of the unions and with Pam Guyvet in Human Resources to come up with sort of a compromise of what might be helpful to the district in this time with reductions. And so instead of a more typical retirement incentive, which we have not found to necessarily, I'm sorry, did I miss something again?
I skipped R7 over R8, but we'll go back to ours. It's a similar incentive for WSDA.
It's actually the same subject with both of our bargaining units, correct?
Yes.
So do you want me to address R7?
R7. Yeah.
Okay, so actually, these
WSDA
comments
first.
apply to both.
Right.
So rather than a typical retirement agreement, which has not been shown to be particularly effective here or throughout the state, we talked about what would be helpful to our employees and our members and to the district, which would be to know if anybody plans on leaving, regardless of the reason why. In other words, it could be a retirement. It could be that you decide that you want to move somewhere else with your family. It could be that you're deciding on a new profession. It could be for any reason. But that if the employee is willing to notify the district prior to our end of January board meeting, and that date could be all the way through the end of September of 2019, it lets the district know that there's going to be a position vacated, and it helps potentially with reducing the impact of those reductions to our actual employees, schools, and their families. And so CSCA and WSTA and Pam and I all talked about that and thought it would be an interesting approach to try in the hopes that it does help mitigate the impact. So before you have R7 and R8, which is an MOU, one with CSCA, one with WSTA, putting a $5,000 announcement incentive in place with the conditions stipulated in both of those letters.
Do we have questions about, let's just start with R7.
I just want to say this came up at our budget meeting as we talked about ways that we could, look at kind of win-win situations, and I'm really glad to see this here, and so thank you for putting this together.
Any questions about R7? And as a point of clarification, my error, this is the approval of the MOU between the Washington Unified School District and West Sacramento Teachers Association with regard to the early retirement and non-return incentives. So, do I have a motion on the table?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Trustee Gonzalez moves. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Vice President Pizzotti seconds.
Looking at the teachers.
I was as well. I was as well. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
R8 is now the MOU with CSEA, so unless you have a different description.
It is the same description and the same agreement.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Vice President Pizzotti moves.
I'll second.
Trustee Jackson seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I too vote aye, so approved.
Thank you.
R9 is now approval of the tentative agreement between Washington Unified and CSEA Riverview Chapter Number 168 with regard to AB 1808.
AB 1808, this is actually what was sunshined earlier in the CSEA sunshine clause. And this is a bill that appropriated one-time amount by the state to match dollar for dollar classified employees who are less than 12 months that would like to donate out of their own paychecks into a fund that will be matched dollar for dollar by state funds that they can then draw when they are not working in the summer. So it's an incentive program by the state to match the money that employees want to take out of their own paychecks and put in. The reason that it's here at the same time as the sunshine is that we have to notify the state of our desire to participate before the next board meeting. There is an early January deadline on this. And so we put it in this evening after discussing with Cabinet and Administration as well as CSEA. Everybody thought that we at least wanted the option to implement, so we'd put it in front of the board tonight. There are some details that are coming out about AB 1808 that are interesting that we are going to have to discuss in negotiations, such as if all of the money is claimed, we'll only get a pro rata share. So we do have to cover the other amounts. We have no idea how many people would want to participate. We have no idea the amount, so this is just our ability to participate.
I'm going to have to make a motion to extend past 10.
I have 9:57 on my computer.
It's 10.
My
It's
Apple
10.
Watch says 10.
Your Apple Watch says 10.
I'll second whether it's 10 or not. It seems like it should be.
It is.
So, all in favor of extending the meeting past 10 PM?
Aye.
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 Okay.
So
Joking.
one maybe, 4 ayes. You are approved to move forward with the description and answering our questions.
That'll conclude my description.
This is just so new to me, so I'm making sure I understand it. So, for example, teachers can say, because their summers are unpaid, it's not vacation, it's unpaid. So they can put their, say, let's set aside my money so that I can get paid for all 12, every month I can take out funds. So you just put a little bit aside from each month. So that's essentially what this is, and I'm reading that right, but the state is giving matching funds if they do that?
To
They're-
CSEA.
They're giving, limited matching funds as an incentive to get people to save for the months that they are not actually receiving a check. We do allow, just like we do our certificated members, sorry, not members, I'm not a union representative any longer, right? We do allow our certificated employees as well as our classified to opt for 12-month checks. This gives them a little bit of an incentive to not only do that, but to put some additional aside so that when they aren't working, that they still have income. I think the reason that this became particularly of note is because a lot of folks that are working, that are not certificated in those 9-month or 10-month positions are even more, they're even further down on the salary schedule, quite frankly.
Sure.
And so the state is willing, excuse me while I choke, the state is willing to put in some money to try to incentivize that those employees are okay over their non-work months, but also to encourage them to return, because the employees, thank you, working at that level are becoming scarce, particularly as California gets to be increasingly expensive to work in and live in. Excuse me.
Sorry. I apologize.
We'll
Take
give you a
moment.
minute because you've been here on several agenda items.
So then while you have your water, this is my only question. It seems like there's, a good situation, a good thing. Is there any type of salary cap of who this applies to, or is it just open to all of classified employees?
Anyone who is a bargaining unit member that is not a 12-month employee.
It's not a
And they,
Mhm.
okay. Okay, that's interesting.
So for us, that would be 9.5 and up to 11-month employees.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any other questions from the board? No. If not, do I have action to, motion to move the item?
Sure. I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez moves, trustee Alcala seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
We have O10.
Oh, yeah. O10 as the master planning agreement. I believe it's you again, Associate Superintendent. Martinez. O10, the master planning agreement.
Master planning at Fallbrook. So O10, we've actually begun the master plan with Fallbrook, with BCA. After the presentation, which was the follow-up presentation to our facilities study session, that was one of the requests that we had to be able to move ahead with that. And what that means, so BCA didn't have to be approved independently. They actually, through our bond measure, we had approved a pool of architects that we are using for all Measure V bond items, and BCA is one of the architects. They were willing to meet our aggressive timeline of coming out and getting the site evaluated and determining exactly what we could do with the site, both for modernization and construction purposes. They have begun that process, and remember, that timeline was that we could do it as quickly as possible with the hope of beginning to move students to that campus, back to that campus, that specifically Westmore Oaks, back to their home by the beginning of next school year, which means that I need to have a master plan semi-finalized by January, which if you're used to construction, CDE, and school construction is more than ambitious. So they are already working, and this is the contract that I have already engaged them under after that board meeting.
Trustee Alcala?
I think there's some concerns by the public of how much public input had been given on this project. The master plan, I know you're saying you're looking at January. Mm-hmm. What is the possibility of having some more sessions where we can have the public come in?
If we truly want to have it open for students to be at beginning this coming August, there will not be. It will go off schedule at that point.
Any other questions about the timeline and?
Motion to approve.
Did you, Trustee Kirby, did you have a?
No, I had all of my
Comment.
questions answered before. I did have some questions. I'm trying to think if it's hopeful to share any of those. But I had all of my questions answered beforehand. And I have reached out to teachers at the site and others as well, who acknowledge the facility constraints where we are now, the current site. And looking at the move. The one thing everybody cares about, and I know we can't throw all of our wish lists into this, but just so it's on our radar, I know it's a small thing in the scheme of things, but that garden that they've done is phenomenal. And we've had so many partnerships come in and help with that garden. We had, they're the only school site, I believe, that we approved an orchard, and they had a partnership to bring in fruit trees that are all in their cafeteria. So what this looks like, I just hope that as we move forward with plans, is that is a piece that that is really important, and we have the staff there that will keep it going. And so to make sure that we incorporate that into the new plans. But I think that this is important for. I've also reached out to parents as well at the site and others, and I think there does need to be a lot of dialogue to show here's what's going on and here's why and the rationale. But in terms of having a site that is safe and ready for our children, and given everything that we've looked at, all of the data, moving our middle college program, given that move for our middle college and others, this makes the most sense to me financially and for students.
So just a couple of helpful clarifications. So the word master plan is being used in multiple situations here, but they mean different things. The master plan for the Fallbrook site is just for the K-8 Westmore Oaks returning at home site. The master plan for the district, the RFP did go out. We will actually be conducting interviews next week. That is a completely different process that will take anywhere between 6 and 18 months, depending upon how that process moves. This is just for the Fallbrook site. So to remind everybody, the board just gave a go-ahead on, I hate calling them this, the rat warehouses. the original Westmore Oaks, and to start reaching out to partners and seeing what was possible elsewhere while continuing the master planning process for the entire district. Bright has come up. The board has already approved Bright. That is already out. I can't put that back in its cage. That was approved when I got here. And the other thing about Bright that's interesting is that $3 million of the Bright modernization project will only come back to us from the state when it's completed. $1.5 million is already committed by the state. The other $1.5 million, the board approved that grant proposal going in after they approved the Bright plan. So all of these things, I know that sounds really complex. They're like dominoes, and as soon as one piece goes, to stop one piece, just remember it's always possible, but just remember there's always going to be ramifications. The only thing you've committed to with Fallbrook is to see what was possible with the site, and you wanted a drawing that was possible with the site with the remaining Measure V bond funds. With the money that comes back from Bright, the unencumbered Measure V bond funds are $18 million. Okay, not a lot of money to do a lot of work. So that just, all those different pieces seem to keep coming up. I just wanted to help clarify a little bit.
Okay, just real quickly, so really clearly, this is just for Fallbrook, and then there's going to be another master plan for what will be done with the present Westmore Oaks.
And for the rest of the district.
And for the rest of the district.
Correct.
And that's going to be, that master plan will be,
Well, we're interviewing companies that responded to the RFP next week. There's 5 of us. We have a developing, I like to call it a hidden talent. I don't know how many folks, is she here, or did she finally sneak out? Okay, Angie Nichols, the only facilities person we have left, has just developed a huge talent for this stuff. So she's been really helping and shepherding this along. But our interview next week will be with the 4 firms that responded statewide. And we're looking forward to that. It's not only an internal committee, it's also going to have community members on it. So we've reached out to people that have expressed interest. We've engaged them. We've actually reached out to a couple more that getting together we thought just would be nice if they were interested. I like doing things that way. So we will be doing that. And actually what you'll get in an executive summary tomorrow is a copy of the RFP. I know it's tomorrow because I've written, I just haven't sent it yet. A copy of the RFP, a copy of the 4 proposals, the rubric that we're going to be using to evaluate those, as well as the folks that are giving input.
okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
No, I think that clarified.
Comments?
I echo the kind of the comments around the orchard, but I don't know, you were not here, but we lost 2 students at Westmore Oaks who were very much connected to the garden, that I think is significant to that community. So, and their anniversary date of their passing will be coming up soon.
Thank you.
So do we have a motion? Oh, that's right. So Vice President Pizzotti moved. Do I have a second?
You have a second.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So passed and adopted. Oh, so all, okay.
Abstain from the vote.
Okay, so I apologize. So those not in favor? No. Those who abstain?
Aye.
Okay.
One abstention.
1 abstention. Apologize for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're moving on to S1 Board of Education Committee assignments and as part of the reorganization. And so we can go through one by one, as I have it listed in the agenda, and wanting to know if anybody's interested. Do we? Am I not following? I think it's only listed in the agenda. Oh, thank you. So moving on to S1. The first one is the Yolo County School Boards Association. Anybody interested?
I would be interested. I've served on it before, but if anyone else is interested, I can, since I've already served, I'll be willing to step back.
Right?
What night, I would have to know what night they were. What night are they normally?
I think they're Mondays,
They're Monday
Sarah.
nights.
They're Monday nights.
Monday night
once
is
a
the
month.
one night, and how often are they?
Once a month, I think.
Once a month, okay. I could also do that, given that they're Monday nights, but, yeah, as you want to shake out all the committees maybe and look over that. and
Okay.
Keep that in mind.
So, well, let me write down interest first, then we'll figure
Perfect.
some things out. So, the next one is the 2x2, which is a very popular committee.
Yeah, I have interest in that.
Okay. Anybody else who's interested?
I'll throw my hat on that one, too.
Okay. Okay. All right. Curriculum advisory. We need actually 2 board members who are interested.
Boy, teachers would be really good there, I know.
Just great.
Parent perspectives are also very helpful. I
I know, I
participated in
think-
them. That was very helpful. So
It's important to have lots of lenses
lots of
on
different
that, so.
lenses. Ethnic studies was
Yeah, it's so
passed
my-
as
my
part of the
master's, but-
curriculum council.
I've had it every single time. I'm happy to have it, but
There was one
mix it
time it
up.
was me and Norma.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
As will I.
I do love it. I love it.
Okay, so
Yes.
there's interest from the teachers. Okay. Policies and regulations, how we drafted it, I am on the board, and so I know it doesn't
I'm good.
offer. So is there any other interest? We have not yet met, but is there somebody else who wants to serve with me because we statutorily created this?
I'm cool. Thanks.
How often do you meet?
Huh?
How often-
Oh, I see that Preston's interested.
No, Preston's asked a question.
Last year we did not meet.
Sounds like my kind of board.
Committee.
Committee.
I do hear. Okay. All right, so Yola County School Boards Association, I am, Kobe, you only have you have one interest?
That's it. It's the only interest I have. I throw all my eggs in one basket.
Okay.
I would like to remind you that you promised my wife you would keep me married too. So
So that would mean that Trustee Jackson will be with me on the policy committee that meets so often. And the curriculum advisory committee, if that's okay, that the 2 teachers, makes sense for the 2 teachers to, both Sarah and Preston to also be on that. Norma, Yola County School Boards Association,
Thank
Sarah,
you.
would you mind being back up?
Okay, thank you.
I'm happy to be back up on the Curriculum Advisory Council since I was on the board, on the committee. City of West Sacramento 2x2, if it's okay with the board, myself, by tradition, I'm Vice President Pizzotti. And backup Sarah Kirby-Gonzalez. Is that okay? All right.
Cool.
So those are the committee assignments.
We have to vote to ratify.
So, if everybody's okay, is there a motion to adopt said committee assignments?
So move.
Okay, Vice President Pizzotti moves. Second?
Second.
Okay, Trustee Alcala, seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
All not in favor? Any abstentions? Okay, no, just,
President Wong, would it be possible to have a backup committee member for the Yolo County School Boards Association?
I'll be, I apologize, I'll be the backup.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Any backup for the policy? I will, the backup for the policy will be Vice President Pizzotti?
Sure, why not?
Okay. Are we full on backups? Superintendent Luna? Okay. So next, our board comments and then superintendent comments. So we will start with Trustee Alcala.
I'll keep them really short because I already spoke with the president's remarks. Let's see. I attended the CSEA conference in San Francisco, and it was very informative. I believe all the board members attended. We attended many, many workshops. And it's really important when we attend these workshops because they really enrich, the educational process. We bring that information back. And given the state's current climate, I think it's going to really help us navigate, I should say, during these uncertain times. So I'm really happy that we had a chance to attend this conference. And then I was also elected to the Latino School Board Association. This is something like the California School Board Association. It's made up of Latinos who are members throughout the state, and we advocate for equity and increasing the number of Latinos involved in the educational process. When we attended California School Board Association, we noted there are 6.2 million children in California, many of them who are Latinos. Yet if you look at the face of the California School Board Association, it seemed like there were about, I'd say, 5% Latino school board members. So being a member of this board, I think it's going to be very important for us to voice our concerns and try and serve as role models so that we have many more voices out there addressing concerns for all students. And then finally, I believe that's all, except that we had a wonderful time at the WSTA dinner. All of us attended. Thank you, Dawn and WSTA teachers, for all of the, for everything that you do for this district. And I was going to ask Daniel Gonzalez, but he left because CSEA usually has a great party. Did they already have it? Did anyone go? So we usually attend that as well. Okay, and that is the end of my report, other than to wish everyone a very Merry Christmas and a very safe one as well.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez?
Okay. I have a whole notebook full of notes on CSBA, lots of good workshops that I appreciated attending. And what I've done sometimes in the past is just type some of those notes up and just share them out. And so I think we're going to have a meeting coming up as well, a special board meeting. So that might be a good opportunity to go in a little bit more depth or just share out some of the things that we've learned. One piece that I appreciated hearing too was from LGBTQ youth, and it was a really powerful panel of students who spoke as well. And it's a seemingly small piece, but it's one that I think is still in our paperwork that really has no place anymore. And it's timely because it's kindergarten registration, and that is the gender pronouns on our registration sheets. I think they still say maybe mother and father. And so time to get rid of that. I don't know. I know we have registration in January, if we can get some white out, if we can do that in time. But I think that that's an important message to send to our community. It's one that we've sent as a board many times and as a district, that we believe in supporting all students. And it's just something that doesn't align with all of our messages. And man, we have a lot of Santa events throughout our school district. You're really lucky if you're the child of a board member, because you get to go to a whole lot of Santa events at all of our schools. But I just want to say that our families are so engaged and so involved, and that's where you see them. You see them there. You see them at our fall festivals at all of our schools. And it's great to see families and connect with them. And why, on that note, we were recently, we've had 2 forums now, and I can't remember if I reported out the last time we met. It seems like it's been a long time since we've all been together up here. So the first community forum I attended with Vice President Pazzotti, and they're not as well attended as these big Santa events and these fall festivals and all the things we do. And so just continuing that dialogue so that we can get the information out to families and hear from them. I was grateful to see the survey that went out to families about childcare needs, and I'll be interested to see what our rate of participation was for that, and maybe that is a venue that we can continue to use more in electronic formats to get feedback from people. So thank you to the staff members that put that together. On that note of kindergarten registration, it is coming up. I myself will be registering a kindergartner. It will be a bittersweet moment. And so families, this is a time where they reach out a lot to us. And so I want to remind them that this is a time to look at your
your local schools' websites, because we have our principal cafes, which are a really great way to see what the school is all about. And then I've been talking to many folks who've just called their local principals and gone to tours too. And so I want to make sure that that's very clear, that come and visit, come and see what our schools are doing. Come to the fun events that we have with Santa, but also just come and see what's happening on the school grounds. We've all, I know, on this board, and I've certainly spent time on every single campus on a regular basis, and they're places that I feel good, and I know our families will too. And so I think with that, I'll just end with, it looks like Westmore Oaks needs some help in the student store tomorrow. So if any volunteers have Friday off and want to help in their student store, and Bridgeway Island needs help with their habitat cleanup. I think there are only LK8 without a garden, but they do have a habitat, and so they're working on that Saturday. And it is an honor. It is an honor to serve with my colleagues up here, and I just love Washington Unified. I love the people that are here. I love the hard conversations that we have. I have a lot more gray hair since being first elected, but it is such a privilege, and I really appreciate that. I appreciate the folks that come out and ask questions and keep us on our toes to make sure that we're doing a good job up here. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. And have a good holiday.
Clerk Jackson.
I too had the opportunity to attend the CSBA conference 2 weeks ago. And it's a little bit of a baptism by fire, but a lot of good information that came out of that conference, and kind of think it did a very good job of setting the stage of kind of what's to be expected. And as I, going back and looking over things and looking at things that are happening in our district, I want people to understand that, that there's a lot of positives that are taking place in our district. And that I believe that the people who are responsible for me sitting here have entrusted me to represent their best interests, and I plan to do that to the absolute best of my ability. I'm extremely humbled and grateful to be sitting here, and I really would like to thank the community for entrusting this responsibility to me. And I know myself, along with the rest of the board, we will do the absolute best that we possibly can to make sure that the needs of all of our students are met, and to make all of our schools as best as we possibly can for all of our students. And so with that, I'd just like to say, I'm happy to be here, and I look forward to working with everyone and making Washington Unified, as I said from the beginning, one of the most premier districts in this area, because I truly believe that we have the seeds to be able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Pizzotti.
Thank you. So I would just want to say it's a privilege to serve with all of you, and I just want to also say that I really enjoy our time together at CSBA. We have an opportunity to actually get together as a group and learn more about each other as individuals and find out who we are as people, especially coming off an election when we don't necessarily get to know who the individual is. So I do appreciate that, and each time we go, we get to learn more and more and more about each other. So I do want to say I just truly enjoy that, and thank you everyone for attending. In the CSBA classes that I attended, there's two that I found that were incredibly powerful, and things that I took away from it that were that were very important. That one was a financial forecast by the LAO. The legislative analyst produces a forecast of what it's going to look like in the next, 3 years plus. So in the 2020 year, the LAO is projecting the beginning of a mild or short recession. it will only last until 2023, and that's when we start to see the incline coming back up, or the recovery from that recession. I think it's very important, especially now when we're talking about facilities and when we're talking about, trying to make sure that all our funds and finances are in order. We have to know what's coming down the pipe. And I think it's very important that we understand these things. So that kind of dovetailed into a pension discussion. And, I think both Trustee Jackson and Kirby Gonzalez and I sat in this, discussion. And it's been something that I've been discussing for a long time. And it's something we need to look at going forward for the OPEB, for those that don't know that acronym, other post-employment benefits, so it's healthcare, and other pension obligations. So the OPEB unfunded liability right now for us is fairly high because it's a pay-as-you-go system. We're not putting into a trust account. And that's something that we should probably start looking into. Take a certain percentage of payroll and start. Chris is smiling. Take a certain percentage of payroll and put it into a trust account that can only be used for that particular purpose. So when times get tight, maybe we have to turn that spigot on. It certainly is a lot better to have a money in a trust account that can earn interest rates that are much higher than just sitting into a general fund account. So those were some things that I really, took away and appreciated, aside from the company of y'all. And
We are good company.
You are good company, especially Linda. She's great company. Also, I wanted to say thank you to WSTA for hosting us. And then I also wanted to say thank you to the kids at the Bright Culinary Academy, because they did a phenomenal job. They really did. I was so impressed. The meal was great. They served us well. I'm always really impressed by the job they did, so they deserve kudos. So if anybody's looking to do an event there, reach out to the Bright Academy. I was able to do some interviews at the high school, the mock interviews, with Superintendent Luna. I think you were there in the afternoon. I gotta tell you, I was blown away. So I had 3 sets of seniors and 1 set of freshmen during the mock interview. And these mock interviews are basically you're interviewing for a job, or you're interviewing to go into the next grade level. And, they had a standardized set of questions that we're supposed to ask them. But there is a laundry list of questions, so they had to be prepared for all of them. And, they were all dressed sharp. They had resumes, and when I looked at their resumes, they all had their GPA on them. There was only one 3.9 GPA. Everybody else was 4.0 or better. I mean, I was blown away. I was like, our kids are just impressing the heck out of me. And all of them, I couldn't find anything to grade them poorly on. Like, their demeanor was good, their eye contact was good. And one of the things that I told them, there was one group, it was the first group that walked in, and it was a group of freshmen, so I noticed they were noticeably nervous. And I went to shake their hands, and as I shook their hands, I noticed the grip was a little weak, and they had kind of their hands down. I said, okay, we're gonna stop this right here. And I said, you can't get the job from your handshake and eye contact, but you can certainly lose it. So let's walk back and do it again. And they all did it right. And so it was just like, the kids are sponges, and it's really just awesome to see them develop and just how impressive they are. So let's see. And then I attended the Bridgeway Island Community Forum with Trustee Kirby Gonzalez, and that was very insightful. There's a lot of people that were really, I think, gathering a lot of the information about where we stand with our facilities and what we have to look forward to, and some of the struggles that we have. And I think it was great to have some of the feedback opportunities from our community. So with that, that's all I got.
Okay, great. I will try to keep this short. Really am honored and privileged to be serving with this team. I think that there was a lot of good bonding and good conversation at CSBA, a lot of learning. I need to kind of digest a little bit. For transparency, I did lose the election as API Director at Large for CSBA by 10 votes. No recount. So, but that's okay. That's okay. There were a number of reasons for that, but thank you for believing in me and supporting me. And so I just want to kind of share that with you. I also wanted to share with folks that I saw, Trustee Kirby Gonzalez at the West Sac Give Back this Sunday. That was really special, where Cheryl and our students were actually also serving cookies. And that was a special event. I was able to be a table, and Superintendent Lewis was also there, a table captain for the Mercy Coalition, as well as and that was special. And for those of you who don't know what the Mercy Coalition is it's a group of faith-based groups who are actually the warming shelters that the city just approved for our homeless populations to be residing during the winter months when they don't have any shelter and they're out of harm's way. Mercy, the Mercy Coalition is also serving evening meals every single night, and so folks are volunteering to serve meals. And I was talking, to some folks about the possibility of our students who may want to give back during this time, and I believe that they're serving now through March, so that's how long the warming centers are open, if I remember correctly. So that's something that I think is something very special, I think, in terms of this community trying to kind of step up for our folks who are out on the streets. So I wanted to share that. I also attended the Southport Community Forum last night, which was very well attended by very, very important people. I think there were more staff than there were community members. But I agree, there needs to be other ways to bring folks out. Perhaps we should bring a Santa or some sort of holiday kind of theme to the community forums when we come out in the new year. But I know that we're having community forums all the way through March, and we'll be consistent with that. And so with that, we also were able to acknowledge our students who were in Future Ready. So 4 of us were able to go to the City Council, acknowledge the work of Future Ready and our students who were working hard with internships, and folks like Lenice who were there, who opened up their businesses to teach our students kind of the business practices of how to work in that that side of the house, if you will. So that was really, really special to actually see the City Council honor some of the work the partnership that they were doing with us that night, as well as I think that was the last opportunity to probably say something for Ian, who is who is going off to graduate school. So I apologize for not making comments that night, but he was the person who actually was leading the efforts on Measure E, the West Sacramento Kids Home Run Project. I know there are some loose ends related to data tracking and whatnot in the 2x2 that I think that we just need to go back and figure out how we might effectively evaluate it, those investments. So I know that was on hold, possibly because somebody had, specifically me, I'll just own up to it, had some questions about leading the quality kind of questions around what we need to be looking at when we're, but kind of excited about that. So with nothing else, I want to say happy belated Hanukkah for those of you who celebrate Hanukkah. Happy holidays to those who do not celebrate anything else, and Merry Christmas, because I don't believe we will see anybody until the new year. So I know that our staff who love on our children all day long are looking forward to the break with our children, and thank you for your service, and hopefully that you will enjoy your family and have a really blessed new year. So Superintendent Luna. I know we have another special hearing after this, so.
Yeah, I think I'm going to forego my superintendent comments this evening. Thank you very much.
Okay. So future board agenda items, we have U1, Board Handbook Revision Study Session is going to be scheduled for January 10th, 2019. I know that folks are working really diligently on revising it. Thank you for that. Thank you very much for doing that. I also would like to request that, I know County Clerk Registrar Jesse Salinas asked to provide us with an update on the Youth Empowerment Summit and engage us a little bit in that work. So I wanted to put that on a January agenda if possible.
Thank you.
So we are going to, do I have a motion to close this session?
So moved.
So trustee Kirby Gonzalez moves.
Second.
Okay, trustee Alcala seconds. So closed.
Oh, gotta go for the vote.
No, oh. All in favor? Aye. Okay, this session is now.
bang the gavel.
So, gavel is back in. We are now opening up the second special board meeting of education for Thursday, December 13th. Special board education, so roll call. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez? Here. Trustee Alcala? Here. Clerk Jackson?
Here.
Vice President Pizzotti?
Here.
And I too am present, so do we have a motion for approval of the agenda? We have one item on the special.
So moved.
So,
Second.
second. So trustee Kirby Gonzalez moves, Vice President seconds. All in favor? Aye. I too vote aye. Agenda is approved. So we have D, public hearing regarding the Lighthouse Charter School's request to materially revise its existing charter. So, that's the public hearing. Do I now close? Is it? No? So now I can close the public hearing.
Yes.
And now we have E, action item.
Well, actually, we have a
E1.
comment.
Oh, we have a
Sorry.
comment on, okay.
D, that was.
D, so, sorry, we have Peter Stone. Sorry, I apologize. I will.
Open us back up.
Open us back up.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'll try and make this very brief. And first, I'd like to just apologize for the confusion related to getting this charter renewal and this material revision. I know there was some confusion there, so we just want to apologize for that confusion. And to further thank you for calling this special meeting so that the new requirement of the California School Finance Authority, or CSFA, can be met, and our facilities reimbursement from last year and the current year may be released to us. In the past, the CSFA requirement to obtain our facilities funding was met by a letter from Linda Luna to CSFA indicating that our school was located in the attendance area of a Washington Unified School that served at least 55% of students eligible for free and reduced lunch. Now, they have made a requirement that there must be in the charter itself an admissions priority for the named qualifying school. And so this is retroactive. We appreciate the staff recommendation to approve this item and agree with staff's conclusion that a priority for the 95605 zip code is not necessary for our CSFA reimbursement and should only be a part of the consideration for the charter renewal process. So thank you very much. Appreciate your support on this.
Now I will close the public hearing because I do not have any other public comments. Moving on to E1, action, approval of the Lighthouse Charter School's request to materially revise its existing charter to expressly give admission preference to the students who are currently enrolled in and students who reside in the attendance area of Riverbank Elementary School, where the Lighthouse Charter School site is now physically located and which has more than 55% of its student enrollment eligible for free and reduced price meals in accordance with Education Code Section 47615.5. So, I don't know, William, if you wanted to give us a little bit of background on this?
Hi, good evening, trustees. Good late evening. So,
The Charter School Facility Grant Program, it's SB 740. It provides annual assistance for facilities rent for and lease expenditures for charter schools. It's been around for a number of years, but Lighthouse submitted an application to the California School Finance Authority for this latest funding round and was informed kind of a policy change or practice change with the Finance Authority this year is requiring that the charter itself expressly identify the school where it's going to be giving the preference to in the charter itself. And part of that came about because we had a change in the, and in addition that preference be approved.
I do not,
This other one.
William does not have a time.
No time.
So I apologize.
No problem.
He is our
I'll
attorney and,
So-
but we are
so
paying
speed
you
it
by
up.
the minute, so perhaps we should have you on a timer.
Okay, I'll speed it up. There was a change in law that went into effect January 1st, 2018 that requires admission preferences to be approved by the authorizer at a public meeting. So there's a combination of those things that in order to be eligible to receive the funding, the Finance Authority said you, Lighthouse, need to have this admission preference included expressly in your charter. So and a change to the admission preferences in the charter is a material revision, and the Education Code requires that material revisions be approved by the authorizer, including the public hearing which we just had. And material revisions are supposed to also include any changes in law since the charter was last renewed, amended. And so the copy that you have before you tonight, in addition to having the changes to that admission preference, has a number of other changes to reflect those changes in the law that are applicable to charter schools now. And I think I haven't compared the two, but likely we'll see a lot of those changes in the renewal petition that's been submitted to you as well. So the recommendation is to approve the change to the admission preference as it's worded in the agenda item. And then if the board is inclined to also approve the charter reflecting those changes in the law since it was last, changes applicable to changes in the law that are applicable to charter schools since it was last renewed back in March of 2017 was the last mature revision.
Do we have any questions? I know we have a few. So Vice President Pizzotti, I know that you had a few questions that you would like to ask, unless Trustee Kirby Gonzalez, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Can you, just for the sake of understanding, share a little bit more about SB 740 and if school districts also receive SB 740, or if this is specific for charter schools and maybe a little bit of the reasoning, just?
Yes, it's only for charter schools. It provides funding assistance to charter schools for rent and lease expenditures that meet specific eligibility requirements. One of them, the eligibility requirement we're talking about tonight is that admission preference. It also has regulations and conflict of interest regulations that have to be followed. And it provides, charters are awarded, this is according to their website right now, $1,117 per unit of classroom-based ADA, up to 75% of their annual facilities rent and lease costs for the school. Lighthouse has informed the district that they anticipate receiving about $350,000 from SB 740 for the 2018-19 funding period. So it's the California School Finance Authority took this over from the Treasurer's Office, I think a couple years ago now, and they monitor it. They receive the applications. They're the ones who process the awards. And then that's posted, those awards are posted on their website of all the awardees. So it's definitely a process, and this is kind of one of the part of the process now that the Finance Authority is requiring.
And then they receive additional funding then if they are within an area that has 55% or more pupil enrollment, that it's free or reduced lunch.
That's just one of the eligibility requirements, that they could either be located in an attendance area of a public elementary school in which 55% or more of the pupil enrollment is eligible for free and reduced price meals. And then the charter school gives preference, which is the second part of that, to students who attend that school and reside in its attendance area. Or they could also, if Lighthouse itself had 55% or more of the pupil enrollment at the charter school site, eligible for free and reduced price meals. So they can meet either one of those, and they're going with the condition that they're seeking to meet or do meet is the first one I mentioned.
Do you think the reasoning of this law then, since it is aimed at low socioeconomic students, is to better serve them with funds? Do you think that's the purpose of this? Why it's aimed at free or reduced meals, why that's the criteria?
I think it's I mean, there's definitely, as far as the intent, I couldn't speak 100%, but you understand there's an interest in serving students who are low socioeconomic, giving them an opportunity. And so this is kind of an incentive, I guess, to help give an admission preference to that. What's interesting is in the past few years, the Finance Authority hasn't really gone to as far to the charter and looked for it to be in there. As long as, for a number of years, as long as you certified that we would give that preference on the application, you were approved. But I think there's been an interest by the Finance Authority to ensure that they're really giving a preference like they said they're going to do as a condition of receiving those funds. And that's why they're wanting to see it in the charter itself.
Okay. Thank you. Because I understand point A is located physically, and that's what this is aiming to do. I just want to point to, would the charter have been eligible to qualify under point B?
I couldn't speak to that. Lighthouse would have to answer that.
Okay, I will speak to it then. So I'll just focus on the low socioeconomic numbers. So just to share, I understand that there's two criteria. I just want to make it clear for the public, understand this is our public tax money and everything else. So that they would not qualify for B based on my understanding. So I pulled this off of the dashboard. So given it's not today's data, but Riverbank Elementary School, which is the school that is mentioned in this, has 87.9% students who are identified as low socioeconomic according to the dashboard. As a school district, our average is 67.6% low socioeconomic. None of our schools that I've seen when I've gone through the data has numbers that are comparable to Lighthouse's 21.8%. So I just wanted to share that with us. So low socioeconomic numbers on the dashboard for Lighthouse are 21.8%. Again, that might change in today's data, but 21.8% on the dashboard. Riverbank, the school that they're using, and this is extra taxpayer money, of course, aimed at low socioeconomic students, Riverbank has 87.9. And our district average is 67.6. None of our schools that I see have a number like 21.8. So I understand that this is, still passes legally and everything like that. I just want to make that clear, that they would not have qualified for B, because there were some comments made earlier, and just so people don't have any misconceptions. And then I just have one other question regarding why this was a special meeting, and I heard there was some confusion over processes, and I'm wondering, maybe, I don't know if you can answer this or not, but has there ever been confusion over getting documents in with other important documents like this? Have we had the same type of confusion in terms of policy of how documents are given to the district?
Well, I know we're taking a look at it, right? As he walks up, Chris.
Actually, Lighthouse is here. We discussed this again this evening. Bill and I have also emailed them. So the confusion stemmed from the fact that there were two documents delivered by hand to the district office within the same week. I think one was the 20th and one was the 26th, if my memory serves correctly. Both were delivered after hours. and not through the front entrance where we accept deliveries. So one was hand-delivered, I believe, to Amber, yes, and one to Superintendent Luna after hours. Paper copies, and then electronic copies were not distributed to all of the points of contact for the district. So what resulted was a lack of consistent communication of everybody understanding what had been delivered and what its purpose was. I heard from the CBO of Lighthouse. Peter, what day did you email me?
When I saw it wasn't in the agenda.
I think it was Monday. So Peter emailed me Monday noting that we had agendized the receipt of the renewal of the charter as well as that hearing, but not the material revision. And I communicated back to him that's because I didn't have it. And it had turned out that a hard copy had been manually delivered, but the hard copy did not describe the changes or redlined electronic version. And so I called Bill and asked how we could best address it, because I didn't want the result to be that Lighthouse lost their opportunity for the funding they rely on for their facility. And then I made it clear, as I believe did Bill, to Lighthouse's lawyer, that from now on it has to be during regular business hours and delivered through the front door like all deliveries, so it can be time-stamped and routed appropriately, as well as electronic versions, which is the standard that we had verbally communicated before, but we asked that it be consistent so that this doesn't happen again.
Thank you. Did you need to verbally confirm that before, because this type of thing had happened before?
Not, I'm still,
Okay, it might have been
I'm
before
still
your time.
newish here, but it hadn't happened in my experience. I had met with the superintendent and the CBO, and I visited the site previously and wanted to make it clear, since Linda had asked me to begin conducting oversight with the charters, what my expectations are, which more closely align with the FCMAT expectations, both for oversight as well as approval, and going over those with them, so that we always got the requirements, for example, of the MOU and what expectations might be for the renewal. We did not anticipate hand delivery of hard copies of two different applications after hours, neither one of which I was aware of until after the fact. And so as the point person, it was certainly an oversight.
Thank you. Yeah, I seem to remember a Prop 39 request also having some confusion. And so my last question would just be, and I understand why you brought this forward, and so thank you for putting this on the agenda. Certainly I understand all those pieces, and thank you for being accommodating and doing more than I think was even necessary. My last question would be is if we had documents that were important to get to, say, the CDE, and we met them in the parking lot and handed it to them, would they accept that after hours as our compliance?
No, they would not.
Thank you.
Vice President Pizzotti, I know you were writing down a series of questions.
Okay, so I guess a couple of the questions. What's precipitating this coming to us now? The question would be mostly for Lighthouse and their representatives. You know, when did you know you were moving to that location? You had several months before the start of the school year to address this issue. Why is it coming to us in the last meeting of December of this year? You know, yeah, come on up. I'm interested.
As I mentioned, the authority we had a letter signed from Linda Luna for our previous location, Westmore, which was at the churches, dealing with Westmore Oaks. And then when we moved to the new, we knew that we needed to get a revised letter. So she signed the revised letter for Riverbank that we had submitted into the authority. So this was a new approach that then they said, nope, that letter is not going to be good enough. We now need you to go and redo the charter. And I think it was like October 8th or so.
So you didn't run that through the Charter Association or get advice from, you know, the Charter Association to figure out when that letter needed, or the material revision needed to be in order to receive these funds?
Well, when they gave us that, that letter that said that our letter was not going to suffice, the one that Linda signed, it was not going to suffice, it now needed to be in the charter. They said that it had to be by November 30th, which was kind of not really being, very considerate of timelines. So that was what, so then I had communicated, and Chris said, to be able to get it onto this meeting, we needed to get that in by November 26th, which was a Monday. And so Steve, our superintendent, actually delivered, and he wasn't aware that, because he delivered things before that were prior to 5 o'clock, but not prior to 4 o'clock. So that's part of what the confusion was, and even on the Prop 39 from another time.
So he delivered it after hours on the very last day?
On the date that Chris had asked for.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I hate to say this, but it feels like in going through this process, it feels like I'd rather ask for forgiveness than permission. When you're coming to the authorizers, you're coming to get a material revision to your charter, and it doesn't, there's something about it that just kind of doesn't feel right. We're entrusted to protect the taxpayers' funds, and this doesn't seem like we would be doing that. Anyway, one of the questions that I think Trustee Kirby Gonzalez actually helped me with was in terms of the makeup and demographics of your student population. You certainly don't meet the 55% threshold of the demographics of your school.
And if I could just clarify.
Let me finish in the statement. Hang on a second. So you're relying on the demographics of Riverbank in order for you to reap the benefits of that school, which I'm guessing is allowable by law, correct? As I see your counsel nodding its head. Again, that doesn't seem to go to the intent of the law. The intent of the law seems to be to help out disadvantaged youth. By and large, the population that you're serving is not from that area. So I guess in order to help with that, I would like to recommend an amendment to your material revision. And that is in the preference priority. You have number 1, priority going to board members, employees, founders of Lighthouse Charter School. And at number 3, you would have Riverbank students, or in the Riverbank area. I would recommend swapping those. That way you have the Riverbank getting top priority, the Riverbank students getting top priority. So that way you may see an influx of students that now meet those criteria. So that's just kind of my, perception of that. It doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense that you would reap the benefits of something that your student body is not constituting. So I personally couldn't support this without that.
Okay. And if I could just make a couple of points of clarification. I think the 21% is from last year, and now in the new location, we're at 43%.
Again, still not even close to 55,
And,
or
yeah.
87.
Yeah, exactly. And the other piece is the real reason why the legislature came up with this program was not to necessarily specifically help disadvantaged students, but was because the charter schools cannot get voter bonds, voter paid-for bonds. And so this was to help infuse money into the charter schools to be able to help build facilities. And then they chose to focus that on the schools that were, more in the lower. Yes.
I feel like this would be a gift to public funds because you're not serving the population that it was intended for. So that's just kind of a personal viewpoint. When we have, in that neighborhood, 87%, and in other schools close by, 90+% that are on free and reduced lunch. So anyway, that's just my 2 cents.
Yeah, just to clarify, because there is a nuance here that I think is important to bring up, is the intention behind SB 740 was to provide charter schools with a mechanism with which to be able to build facilities and priority into neighborhoods where there is a high socioeconomically impoverished or difficult community. It's not tied to the school per se as it is tied to the neighborhood, to give the parents in that neighborhood a choice. So they have the choice. Do they want to go to the community neighborhood school? Do they want to go to the charter school? So just to clarify that that's the intention of the law there.
Right, I get that, but again, where you place them in terms of the priority, you place them above those that have.
I understand the policy point.
You're not placing them above those that already have. The founders and the teachers are generally much higher incomes than the students in that area that are on free and reduced lunch. So I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. I just feel very passionate about this.
I understand.
The makeup, generally speaking, of Lighthouse is from the Bridgeway Island, Southport, Stonegate, and some Westmore Oaks areas. That is, by and large, the majority of your student body population. You may have some growing numbers from Westmore, Elkhorn, Riverbank, and Westfield. As that maybe progresses over time, I would say come back to us. But as of right now, I would say you're not close to it. Your demographics don't symbolize the area in which you're moving into. And when it does happen, that's when I would like to see it.
And as a board member, I absolutely understand the policy concerns and the policy questions. I'm here only to address the legal question. The intent behind the law is that is an option for parents. It's an option for families in the community. Certainly now that the school facility is located in that facility, I would imagine we'd see a change in that. But again, the policy side of it is between the charter school board and your board. I'm here to point out the legal aspect of it and the legislative history behind the intention of SB 740.
On that note, Bill or William?
Bill's fine.
Bill.
William.
Bill. What is our statutory obligation in this situation?
The board's as
Correct.
authorizer?
Yes, ours, not theirs, ours.
So a material revisions request has been submitted to you. Ed Code 47605 and your district board policy states that material revisions of charters are governed by the standards and criteria in Ed Code 47605. And then, as I mentioned, they have to include any changes to reflect change in the law. 47605 is that main Ed Code section that has the different grounds for denying a petition initially, including whether they are demonstrably unlikely to successfully implement their program, have they presented unsound education program, do they have a reasonably comprehensive description of all their elements in their charter. So it ties, the approval of the material revision, it ties back to that. And while it is a separate process, material revision process, that's all the guidance we have on material revisions. And then also the board, the legislature has made clear that approval of admission preferences, which this is asking for approval of, has to be approved by the authorizer at a public meeting. So we consider a change in admission preferences a material revision, and Lighthouse agrees, and that's why it's here before you tonight, but we're really looking, it's tied to those standards in 47605. And I know a letter was mentioned earlier, and it was really just confirming that they are located within the attendance boundaries of that school. That's all the letter stated, pretty much, right, Linda?
Yeah, thank you so much for mentioning that. I was going to bring a clarification to the board. The letter that each charter receives from the superintendent of the attendance of the LEA is solely to confirm that the location of the school is located by our specific school. So since I've been here, I have been confirming that, yes, they have been located next to Westmore Oaks School. So this year, the confirmation is, yes, they are located next to Riverbank School. The difference this year is now there's a new requirement that it has to take more than a letter from the superintendent confirming that they are located next to the school, which is why it is being brought forward to the board. That's solely only what the letter said.
Do we have any other questions from other board members? Or?
I just want to ask a clarifying question.
Okay. Go ahead, Vice President Pizzotti.
Sorry. So is that this year's change to the requirement, when did that take effect? In January 1st of 2018?
It seems like they've been implementing it for this funding round, so I think notification was given to Lighthouse in the fall. So they come out every year for their funding round and do an orientation. They do this is a finance authority does that.
Oh.
And my understanding, Mr. Stone, that you were informed around October?
I think it was October, but the interesting thing is the CSFA does have things sort of in arrears. A lot of times we'll get a change in certain arenas that this is what's going to happen prospectively in the future. But this is actually affecting our 17-18 funding also. Now, the other piece, and I understand the thought on the priorities and the preferences, but preference one, if you think, let's see, preference one dealing with the teachers and the board members, we have.
And founders.
And I would say of the attendees of Lighthouse right now, out of that group, we probably have half a dozen students. I'm just guessing, I don't know for sure. The number two preference is for siblings.
Right.
So theoretically, what could happen if we did what you were suggesting, which at some level would be fine, except it'd be kind of hard that it might be a situation because this is done class by class, the preference for the siblings, then you could actually have one child who could come to the school and another child who now becomes a kindergartner who couldn't come to the school just because
Right, but you're still at priority number two. I mean, by that logic, you would expect all of Riverbank students to attend your school, right?
Well, I'm just saying there's the potential implication that we could wind up having that.
You currently have them at number two now.
Yeah.
I'm saying transpose, that's why I said the board members, teachers, and they get dropped down to number three. So you're only talking about 6 students or so. So that's why I said move the Riverbank area students up to number one. They get top priority.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think that's likely to happen, that you're going to have an influx of 60 kids from Riverbank area to sign up for your school.
Well, and it's not on a school-wide basis. It's grade by grade. So the lottery is grade by grade.
Yeah, I understand your point, but I mean that's just mine, and I'm taking up too much. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I think a lot of questions have been answered before here, and so.
And I just wanted to clarify that the Finance Authority is not requiring that a priority in the lottery order be given to the students in that category. Just that the preference be expressly given in the charter, naming the school specifically.
Thank you. And I legally understood our obligations, and so my comments were simply to be transparent and open in the process and all that's happened. And so I understand that, and I'll just make one more point, since we are talking about being open, is that where Lighthouse currently is also doesn't match the demographics of their neighborhood school. And then there was federal grant money that helped Lighthouse start their facilities that we have not been able to access because they're a charter school. So, and then with that, I'm supportive. Moving forward for our legal obligation.
Vice President Pizzotti.
Sorry, I wanted to make sure I understood Mr. Stone's comments. So was your comments to say that you do not accept my proposed amendment?
There are just implications for, just as we have a material revision for the charter based on how it has been put forth as, put it as number 3. To do that, it's typically, we would have our board actually say they want to change, because we've actually had a discussion and, so we have Washington Unified.
You have to take it back to your board for approval of that. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, it's, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we wanted to change that.
As a point of clarification, all of this will be coming to us
Again.
again.
Yeah. So
I
that-
agree.
This will come back in the renewal agreement.
Yeah,
and so
yeah,
this is,
exactly.
I'm just telling you, it cannot earn my
So-
support today without it, so.
So I hear, even though this will come back to us, there is a request in the renewal to consider reordering the admission, just so you know, on the table and very clear from Vice President Pizzotti. With that, I mean, this is a process, and we should probably wait for Clerk Jackson. No.
I'm going to
But-
request it to be a roll call vote.
You want to request to be a roll call vote? Okay. Then let's wait for Clerk Jackson to come back. But we should actually have, did anybody move? If not, it's coming back to us in January. As Trustee Kirby Gonzalez has said, I will move it. Do I have a second to have a roll call vote on this action item? Okay.
Aye.
Okay, there's the second from Trustee Kirby Gonzalez. So, Trustee Jackson? There was a request to make this a roll call vote, so,
Oh, is that what we're voting on?
yes.
Oh, okay.
So what?
Then I should have.
Oh, no, I mean, there's, yeah. Do I need to make a roll call vote for?
You don't need to take a motion on a roll call vote.
Oh, no, the motion's not a roll call. We're actually voting on the item right now.
Okay.
As a roll call
Okay,
vote,
Okay,
per your request.
thank you.
You're welcome.
So what is it exactly then?
So the action is to accept the material revision with including just moving the location from Westmore Oaks to Riverbank.
Right, it says worded in the recommended motion to approve the request to materially revise existing charter to expressly give admission preference to students who are currently enrolled, and so, that, the wording there. Not to include the other changes regarding lottery preferences that they proposed, but to all the other changes that are in the charter to reflect changes in the law would be approved as part of the approval if you are so inclined.
We would like them to be in compliance with the law and such.
Okay.
But again, this is a roll call vote to make sure that their policies are aligned with California state law and appropriately identified. So Trustee Pizzotti, Vice President Pizzotti, has requested that this specific item be a roll call vote. So the first vote goes to you. knowing that it will come back to us in full form in January.
Right. Aye.
Okay. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez?
Aye.
Trustee Akala?
Abstain on this.
Abstain. Trustee Vice President Pizzotti?
Abstain.
I vote aye. Motion passes. And so that is the action. So do I have another motion to close unless people want to discuss something else in the special meeting? Nope. I need a motion to adjourn.
I motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
Excellent. All in favor?
Aye.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas.